Hello, hello, people. Good day, Saints, Lucas. How you guys doing today? What's up? What's up? Did I talk to you about 70 BTTV mods? What's up? What do you need? What you need to know? What you need to know? What's your worry? What's your worry? Time. Hey, hello, Yua. How you doing? What's up? What's up? We've looked through them and have come to the conclusion that we need to strike you for lack of Rin Tosaka emotes. I don't know about that, you know? I'm just saying, man. Does Ratsoon want to argue and collab? Wait, what's this?
Because I know you. I know you.
Da, 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 da,
I
da.
found it in
Dun,
your
dun, dun, dun.
area.
I
I found
immediately
it in
know.
your box of stuff.
Ah, shit. Go on. I immediately knew. Immediately recognized the song. Yeah, you know what? That's actually accurate. It's actually pretty accurate. How you doing, by the way, Yua? What's up? How's Tuesday been going for you guys, by the way? For everyone in the chat. There are plenty of great Rin emotes. I mean, not wrong. Rin's pretty fucking popular. That is true. That is true indeed. Chillin', how about you? Also chillin', kinda. Easter holiday? Wait, is it Easter holiday here today? Is Easter international or national? I forgot. Easter international? I don't know. I don't celebrate it, so I don't know. Hmm. You got 2 weeks off? What the fuck? Okay, I'm jealous. What the fuck, man? 2 weeks is fucking long, brother. Oh my god. Dude, I miss the time when I get week-longs holidays. That's like rare shit. Fuck. As usual. Bada bing. Bada boom. Throw up the chat. Go. I got 3 months off for summer, 2 weeks for Christmas, 1 month for winter break between semester, and 2 weeks for Easter. And that's not counting all the small one-day holidays. Jesus fucking Christ, man. What the hell? What is this? Man. It's probably the best part about being a student. Shit tons of holidays, man. They don't do it no more. They don't do it no more here. We call it cataclysm. True, true. I mean, Indonesia also have a lot of holidays as well. But you know, if you work, sometimes some holidays like you don't get the full fledged. You know, you just get like some of them. But yeah. Getting owned by Masters in Apex. Oh. Apex grind? Turning inside out. Yes, I want you now. I want you now. So. The fuck is that emote, Saints? Okay. Interesting. Cause I want you now. I want you now. Give me your heart and your soul. Down, I'm breaking out to lose control. It's even more at uni, only 2 months summer, 1.5 weeks for Easter, and 1 week for semester break in school. God damn it, man. I'm so fucking jealous. But it is what it is. To be fair, Austria is a country with the third most holiday in EU, so it's not a European thing. Ah, okay. Understandable then. I wonder what's the first one. Oh shit! What did you do today? Not much. Work. Work and stuff like that. Actually just got off work like an hour ago or so. So, yeah. Not much really going on today other than work stuff. I can make you hang around. I can watch you off my skin. Inside the fight, turn me around. No way I can go the blow. Matter anymore, I can go. Now, right, a Tuesday stream. That's right, because I didn't stream yesterday. So, you know, gotta make it up somehow. I want something good to die for, to make it beautiful to live. I want a new mistake, use this one to hesitate. Leave it in your head. I can go with the flow. Could get used to having Monday and Tuesday stream? Monday and Tuesday. Back to back. Well, I used to do that actually. Back then, the schedule was like literally every day. I don't stream if I cannot stream, kind of thing. But I noticed that it kind of burns me out. Like there are just some streams where it's just like I don't know what to do. Like what to do. So I decided to just put a fucking schedule. So you know, just chill. That's a good idea. I mean, I wish I could, but the burnouts and you know, cause work and stuff like that. Like if I don't have work and stuff, I would just like focus myself on the stream and shit. That's fucking amazing. I would stream every day if I can. Honestly. Well. Oh my god, I fucking love this song. There we go. By the way, I tried to say I'd be waiting for, standing in line to sing this song to me beneath the morning overload. I hate Twitch Mobile. Why? Standing in line to see the show tonight. Oh my god! Heavy glow. By the way, I tried to say I'll be there, waiting for. This brings back. Have I told you guys I used to perform this song a lot with my band? Oh, such a fun song. Moonlight. Or even using it because I don't have a PC. Yeah, he's a console player. He's the only viewer here that's an avid console player, actually. Maybe that's why he stays around. It's pretty, Saint's pretty OG. Alberto. The way I try to say I'll be there, waiting for. Kissing in the mucha, kissing in the mucha, kissing in the mucha, kissing in the mucha, City show tonight and there's a light on, heavy glow. By the way I tried to say I'd be there, waiting for. Danny the girl is singing songs to me beneath the marquee of a soul. By the way I tried to say I know you from before. By the way I tried to say I'd be there, waiting for. Oh my god. Oh my god, I miss performing, dude. God damn. Ugh. Fuck. I think I need to form a band again once the COVID's completely over. I just trying to find people to make a band again. Miss performing on stage, man. Live physical copies are not crashing regularly. Okay, good one. You're right. What do you think of Goodbye Airy? I actually read it after you post that Twitter post. Ooh, yeah, right. Goodbye Airy, dude. That shit's fucking banger. It's a really interesting piece from Fujimoto, because this is not his first one shot. This is like his second, I think, or third. I'm not sure. I only read 2 of his one shots so far. Then, Goodbye Airy, and the previous one was Look Back. It was a 2021 release. It was really really good. Although the Goodbye Airy one is like okay compared to Look Back. If you sing that with that castrated voice, what do you mean castrated voice? I'm a vocalist, goddammit. You just cannot really hear me singing because I cannot really sing in my apartment. I'm a loud singer, and if I do that here, they gotta kick me out. Like sure, I sing here and there. It's like ha hee hee, but that's just not my proper singing. Because if I'm gonna do a proper singing, it's loud, like loud. Like you cannot really do that in like my apartment kind of stuff, unfortunately. And renting a studio just for myself is fucking expensive. That's why I said I'm probably planning to form a band again or something, so I can do shit like that. Yeah. Oh my god. Sorry. Daily Shinkai hype. I'm so super excited for Suzume no. Oh, the new Shinkai movie coming. Yeah, I saw that. It looks beautiful as always. I mean, it's Makoto Shinkai. You know, what do you expect? This is some goodness, of course. To releasing stuff, right? Motherfucker! I'll show you guys someday. It's just I cannot really do it here. All right, that's the problem. I wish I could show you guys like some of the recordings from my performance on stage, but obviously I cannot do that because my face is in the video. So, maybe someday. Maybe someday. All this rock, alternative rock songs kind of just brings me back. God damn it, man. As much as I hate college, the fucking making friends part was always fucking awesome. I would probably still have a stage fright until now if I never make a band during college time. Good time. Red Face would make cosplay when... Okay, that's not what I meant. Radio Sofa cosplays the cool. Well, it's, you know, I'm not lying with that one. It's still a thing. But I'm not really looking forward for it. I'm gonna be honest. I wonder if I still have the picture. Hold up. Not this one. Oh my god, I found a video immediately. I wish I could show you guys. Oh man, I miss my college time, dude. Hold up. Oh my god, that's loud. Oh my god! It's not that fun if you guys cannot see it, but can you hear it? The audio quality sucks though. Because it's recorded from the video. I actually, during this performance, I asked the stage mixer to, sense the mixing, but it doesn't let me. It sounds so bad from the mixing. Sad. I did a fucking jump with the fucking thing. Oh my god, I cannot show it. No. But do I sound different? No, I forgot also the video got cut off midway. Badge. Doesn't sound like you. It's me though. It is me. Like I said, when I sing, I have a different voice. It's like, you know, it's like many singer. They have some singer have like a different voice when they talk and they sing. And when I sing fucking loud. Although the thing is that I cannot do it here. Because, you know, I'll get kicked out, man. Real true. I wonder if I still have some others. If you guys are lucky, I might be able to find some studio recording. Let's see. Also, what's up, Jigs? How you doing? Oh my god. Wait a minute.
Да.
So I told you guys before, right, that I also learned DJ. Oh man. Okay, I don't want to show this one. Hello. Oh man. Oh, whoa. Radio. Okay, there's some. Oh, this one's old. It sounds so bad from phone. My ear. It sounds bad. Oh man, I don't have anything, any of the recordings in a good quality. Sag. Right, was a DJ? A little bit, just hobbying. Never really perform. But I find it fun mixing. Doing mixing. I'm good, how about you? Chilling. Just the good old stuff. Good old chillio. Is in bloom. And yes, Muse is like one of my number one. So I do perform a lot of their songs. So come on. Another sing, another. They will not force us. They will not degrading us. They will not control us. They will be victorious. Fucking love cats. Me too. I'm pretty sure everyone in the chat does. If you don't, you let me know because Jix will ban you. Probably. Will not force us. They will stop degrading us. They will not control us. They will be victorious. Actually, that high pitch sounds good, to be honest. What do you mean? They will not. Oh my god! Every time I hear that, woo! What a scream! Ugh. Trust. We will be victorious. Your voice, ah. Yeah, I do a lot of that. Which I cannot do here. Really sad, man. Really sad. I wish I can turn my apartment into like a studio, like a soundproof studio. But it's not that easy to make something, to make a room soundproof. Oh, I would be able to do so many things, dude, with music. I can soundproof my room. Oh man, you guys have no idea. Yup. Like, for example, I can show you guys how to do a proper metal scream, you know, all that kind of shit. Like, I honestly miss doing those kind of stuff because I cannot do it anywhere I can without being yelled on by people, obviously. I wrote myself into. Yum. Soundproof your mumble. Oh, take me to now. I wanted it to be. Out of the head she sang. Oh my god. And I wonder when I sing along with you. Like this scream, the rock scream, I also cannot do it. I can. Oh my god. I want to do it so bad though, every time. She sang. Hey, what's up, Jenny? How you doing? So I can breathe you.
I wanna do your mom.
Oh! Out of my head, is that you sing? It's real forever. Everything I ever feel is good again. Only thing I'll ever ask of you, it's gotta promise not to stop when I say when. She sang. My mom brought me a car. Oh shit! It's gonna be moving out from home and be kind of far. Oh damn. That's good. That's good. She wanted to make sure I had a mode of transport in case of emergency. I plan to pay her back eventually. Aww. That's good. Good stuff. Good stuff. What car is it, by the way? What you got? What you got? $1997 Lamborghini. 27. Oh, Camry. Gotcha. I actually used to drive Camry myself. Camry. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Be afraid if you see me on the street. Oh my god. Skirp! Oh my god, it's Incubus. Holy shit, I haven't heard of them for so fucking long. Oh, I swear, alternative rock peaked on the 90s. You guys can call me boomer all you want, but man, all the 90s rock are peak performance. It's amazing how I feel like shit, told everyone to fuck off today, went to sleep, then run wet life, and I'm like, ooh, woo. Good shit, man, good shit. That's good to hear. It's good to hear. I'm glad this random ass fucking stream can make your day. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yo, apa kabar? What's up, Harry? How you doing? I'm good. I'm good. I wish you were here. 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 Doing coke. I wish you were here. I wish you were here. Still remember the fucking meme. What's the name of the song? Jix, you probably know the song. Fuck. Did it become a fucking meme? The Screamo meme? Ah, shit, I forgot the name. Fuck. No, not Disturbed. Was it Slipknot or something? It's the one. It's a meme where just dude talking about something and he suddenly do the fucking screamo. Ah shit, I forgot the name, dude. Hold up, Slipknot Scream. I forgot the name of the song. Hold up, let me find. Cock song. No, it's not a cock song. Inverting Darkness? No, I don't think so. Cock streamer create cock song about cock, please we need that cock, no. Okay, here. I found one. It's not the best example, but
corn, and it's so beautiful. And it just fits so perfectly inside of that little glass. Is that strawberry milky? It's pink corn, and it's so beautiful. And it just fits so perfectly inside.
it's corn. Corn, not Slipknot. Fuck. Did you listen to Corn? Shit. I forgot the name of the song though. Spam warning. Whoa. Yeah, well, that's too much. I forget the name of the song though. Shit. Oh, you guys probably want to see the video. Hold up. Wow. Woo. Why is it so small?
It's pink corn, and it's so beautiful. And it just fits so perfectly.
Get it? Because it's
inside
corn.
that little glass. Is that strawberry milky? Corn, and it's
Oh fuck. I fucking love that song though. It's a jammer song, Chad, I swear. Freak on leash. Oh my god. Incoming metal screams. You watch Korn? Yes. To be fair, Korn vocalists do like it's one of his signature. That scream style, the wah wah. Oh, fucking love this song. Great, now my cat is screaming. Mia! Yeah. There it is. Go. The Cruiseman official. Thank you for follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. Holy shit. Size of part of me. A part of me. If you guys never listened to Korn, yeah, it kind of sounds weird. But I actually enjoyed this kind of song. I'm a man of many genre, right, chat? I listen to so many kind of song. I enjoy so many kind of genre. It's fun. I can enjoy many things. You know, metal, rock, rap, you know, EDM, vanilla. Wait, what? Na 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 na. You. I know it's gonna go. You say you don't know. I say, take me out. Hi, I'm new here. Have you seen my mom? Everyone in the chat have seen your mom, unfortunately. What's up, No Polito? How you doing? Oh shit, catch requests? Oh my god. Rochi Birea like the cock emote. So touch her cock smile. Red touch. What the fuck? No! Then again, I don't know how to draw that, but we'll see. I actually planning to animate it, but I think it's gonna be a little bit hard to animate that. I don't want to believe in you. Believe in you. Believe in it. I believe in it. Take me out. Is that why you're like traps cook? Huh? Huh? With I know I won't believe in it with you. Another Muse. This is a good playlist. Unexposed your lies, baby. Your love. My plug-in baby crucifies my enemies. Oh, my plug-in baby, just such a reality. It's hard to admit it. Papa. Don't confuse. Maybe I'm kinda new. Baby boom boom. My plug-in baby crucifies my enemies. Oh my god, my eyes. Jesus Christ, the amount of fucking cock emote in the fucking chat right now. You guys have a weird addiction. I swear to God. Oh, it's the best part of the song. And I see each other. Oh my god. Papa! Bam! Wow, 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 bow. Ah, feels good. Just gotta let my inner Batman out real quick. Did you know whales are so heavy that if you tried wearing one as a hat, you would die? Wow. No shit, man. It is becoming a goal. Give me your soul. Justice! Where is she? Whoa, is this Dave Grohl? Oh damn, oh, this is their new music. I haven't heard this song. Damn. Kind of jammy. That was Inverdian Darkness there. The metal, a little bit of metal here and there. Ah, damn. I've paid to have you convert Inverdian Darkness. How does it go again? Oh my god. Night. Midnight. Oh, it's not on Spotify? Oh yeah, it's not on Spotify, sadly. Listen, I would, but it's so hard. It's so hard, man. It's so hard. No, you want me to listen to it again, man? Oh. Alright, Chad, you guys better listen. Oh, God. Here we go again.
Too much, bruh. In my bathroom, too much, bruh. In my room, too much, bruh. Too much, bruh. I kiss the bloody gentle. I kiss the bloody eye. Too much, bruh. Too much, bruh. I kiss the bloody baseball rug. Too much, bruh.
Too much rap. Too much rap. Too much rap.
Somebody whisper in my ear.
Oh!
I wash my hands over and over.
Over and over.
I wash my hands
Over and over. Over and over.
I'm innocent.
Huh?
Was a very ordinary joy. I just love only human being. So I killed them. So I killed them. I wash my hands.
Over. Over and over.
I wash my hands.
Over and over. Over and over. Innocent!
Ah! Too much rock. Too much rock. Too much rock. It's on the big topic. With an ancient. With the ancient. I never saw anything with the ancient. With the ancient. He was empty, empty thought with the ancient.
Where's the ancient?
See, to the moment he was born, always
talking shit, chat.
Nothing with a yank shit. With a yank shit. I wash my hands. Over and over. Over and over. I wash my hands. Over and over. Over and over.
Alright, let's stop before we scare some new people in the chat, alright? Calm down, calm down. Over, under, over! Yup. What? California is California. Yeah, yeah. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. California peace. California. Yeah, yeah. To the side of me. Oh shit, you remind me of the guy singing Counting. Now I want to hear him. 21, 22, 23. Hold up, where is he? Is it this one?
41, 42,
Yeah.
43, 44, 45,
Woo!
46, 47, 48, 49. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Retro.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
God damn.
41, 42, 43, 44, 45,
Okay.
46, 47, 48, 49. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh no, he had the same chord. When I was 14, I had my first love. It's the same chord. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Raku? How you doing?
41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48,
God damn.
49. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm. God damn, I feel that. When you said 49, I feel that. You know what I mean? Like, I relate to that spiritually. Shit. I'm confused right now. Welcome to Red Trap Stream, where you're always confused. What's up? How you doing? Oh, there's also this remix of like. No, not this. Ooh. You don't want to say
Live life thinking why it's going so slow. Looking at the clock, wondering why mama's not home. You waited way too long. You noticing the pattern in your home. Fuck all the good times, it's a past time. I sleep and
I'm feeling kind of 34 today. Hell yeah, dude. Hashtag relatable. Some better day. I try not to feel the rain. Woke up early to have this stupid meeting, so I could be better. Hey, that shucks, man. Unlucky. Good morning, anyway. Hope it gets better throughout the day. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Here comes better day. What I had in my head from the sunset. Woo! Yay! And the sounds of the sunset. You in the morning. At a night. I did submit Chatterson to hell, to be honest. Oh shit. Real though. Everyone, we all need our Sigma Chatterson in our life. For real, for real. A small action figure put on my room. By the way, probably some of you guys don't understand what we're talking about. Last night, I had my D&D session. Raku is the DM here. It's like some of the good, very Sigma experience. Let me tell you guys. Very Chatterson. So I have no idea how to fucking came up with that fucking character. But goddamn. A fucking brute. Like fucking. I forgot how fucking tall he is. It's just some fucking big dude. It's dumb as shit. It happened to always roll good shit. So he always got some good stuff for no fucking reason. It's so fucking good, man. $186? Jesus Christ. It should be like 200 or something. I feel. Let me some pews. Meow, meow, meow. Again, you're probably with more con. Just built different. Built differently, man. It's built differently. I'm built differently. Hold up, now we need to play that song. You made me remember. Woo! I'm built differently. Yeah. I just wanna think. Can I get some nodders in the chat? I'm built differently. I'm built differently. I'm built differently. I'm built differently. Let me say I do. It's spaghetti. Oh fuck. I'm built differently. I'm built differently. I'm built differently. I'm built differently. Differently. I'm gonna be deep. I'm feeling you hurt. What the fuck? scooter. Shoot her with my dick. I'm a coomer. Wow. Where the fuck is Mario? Judah, I've been looking all night. I've been searching on computer. I'm built differently. I'm built differently. I'm built differently. I'm built differently. You've mistaken Jigs. Yeah. Oh, shit. Why? He's one of us. Too late. Goodbye, everyone. I have to go now. I must have to go now. I have to go. I have to leave this song, yeah. Okay, goodbye now. That fucking scream's still the best part. I'm built differently. I'm built differently. I'm built differently. Oh god, it loops. Hold up. Oh, I didn't mean to loop. Hold up, hold up. Oh, check. Want to check it, please? Alright. Eventually just met me. What song shall we listen to? Oh my god, why do I feel so fucking tired already? Holy shit. Is this some Eve? Always got some energetic songs. Papa! Requiem for my Harley Quinn? No? You're on Hey Kids? Oh, Goodbye Aries trending again. Hell yeah, let's go. Chat, if you guys haven't read Goodbye Airy, give it a go, give it a try. It's pretty good. Pretty gook, man, pretty gook. Some gook shit, man, gook shit. No, 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 no. Dun, 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 dun. I just wanna hold your hand. The Hakes. Give me the words of woe. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Good song, good song. I remember I used to spam this song when I heard it for the first time. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Should I hear first a fan made Hun anime intro? Oh shit. What is this anime from again? The soundtrack based on. It was a pretty popular anime as well. Noragami, yeah. I actually haven't finished that show. Satch. Bum 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 bum. hold your hand. Although I'm not gonna lie, I've heard this song way more on fucking Osu streamers than the fucking anime. I'm not gonna lie. Jesus Christ, this song is everywhere on Osu. Like, no joke. Just wanna hold your hand. Fuck this song on Osu. Is it hard? Not really, but it's an alternating song and a single tap, so it's annoying to play. Ah, I see. It's like one of those annoying map kind of thing. Bum 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 bum. Uh. How long have we been drawing? Almost 2 hours. Dude, why am I so tired today? Oh my god, dude. Ah! I feel like I want to hibernate. Sleep for fucking months. And I wake up in the future with a flying car. Ooh, shit, I fucked up. Wait, is Raku still in the chat? Raku! I gotta ask him something. Hold up, chat. Give me a sec. Chotto matte. Ba-da-da. Oh, got you! No, it's not here. Hmm. To do my day, Chad. I'm kind of hungry already. Should we commence the React Andy session early than usual? Oh my god. I feel like I'm not sure what to do with this drawing right now. I could color it, but not really in the mood to color. Meanwhile, you guys can link the videos in the chat for now. What you want me to check out for today. Go crazy, go crazy. A little bit React Andy while I eat, and then we'll play some game. Okay? What is this song? React your mom. Go on! Hmm? Ooh! Oh, the guitar though. Oh, it's Parabellum, of course. Oh, we can draw the stripes for her jacket first. At least. Oh, I just realized I drew the fucking jacket wrong. Ba-da-ba-da-bow. Ba-da-ba-da-bow. Jesus, okay. Already queuing. Okay, hold up, hold up. Stop, 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 stop. Jesus, all right, calm down with the link. Fucking shitty ass meeting. I relate to you, man. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure it's a universal thing, but fucking meeting usually it's like 90% of them are useless. I swear. It's I think it's a universal thing. It's like once you're done the meeting, you're like, what the fuck? We could just chat that like on a fucking message group or some shit. Why do we need a fucking meeting for this? Like so many time. It's so annoying. I know what you mean. Unlucky, dude. Unlucky. It's done though. At least it's done, mate. At least it's done. Well, it wasn't even necessary to chat because we just show progress and the teacher sucks with question, usually answers bad or I'm gonna ask. Oh my god. Mods, Ben Raku's teacher, please. Jesus fuck, I fucking hate those kind of teacher, man. So dumb. So dumb. So dumb. Rock cute. What's in? This fucking shit. Oh my. Can we can we stop doing this shit, man? You fucking piece of shit. But thank you anyway. What's up, Watson? How you doing? The Raku teacher that works. Not wrong, not wrong. Hold up, it's starting to get too zoomy here. The company really fuck up there, sadly. What do you mean by company? Oh, I'm not fully blaming him. I'm blaming the company. To be honest, he was doing the same boot camp that I'm doing last year. Ah, okay. I see now. I see the source of the problem. That kind of sucks still, though. Like, you know, it's something that it's really hard for you to do anything. Like, you know, there's nothing you can do about that kind of shit, you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those scenarios. It kind of sucks. Unlucky, man. Unlucky. Hopefully you graduate fast and good. So you get the fuck out of here there. And actually do real shit, you know what I mean? From like 15 teacher, I got the first one. Literally unlucky. No. It happens, man. It happens. not liking this one. Ooh. Hello. Sounds familiar. Anyway, how you doing, Winston? You just got here. My teacher called us brain dead. Abe's bragged about having 5 diplomas and promised me I'll never finish school after I told her to be more respectful. I can relate. What? How the fuck do you guys get this shitty ass teachers? I swear to God. Like, I remember I got a shitty ass teacher as well, but they got fucking fired like after some bullshit that they did. Like, they don't last long. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Jesus Christ, man. Okay, why is it so small? What the fuck? But yeah, I mean, in reality, shitty teacher is a thing. It's everywhere. It's, you know, everyone knows that. And sometimes it's just pure unlucky that you got them. You know, in most cases, you just cannot deal. There's nothing you can do about it. But, you know, other than trying your best to get past without their help, kind of thing. So, you know, you got this, man. You got this. You got this. I remember in my college, one of my English teachers literally. I'm not trying to disrespect, but I speak English better than him, and it pisses me off so fucking much because he keep teaching the wrong fucking thing in the class, and I don't know. Like, when I try to answer something, he's like, "Oh, no, it's not like that. No, it's like this, man. I am the lecturer here, motherfucker." Like, shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, oh my God, I still remember. Oh shit, dude. You gotta remember, this is like first, second semester. And this dude got paid a lot of money for teaching English. It's like a little bit of mid-tier English. And a lot of the people in my class does not speak English as well as me. Like, in Indonesia, English is not that big in terms of like language. Like, I'm just fortunate enough that I grew up with, you know, parents who speak English pretty often. So for average Indonesian, it's actually not that good. And this motherfucker, oh my God, it pisses me off so much on how many times he did like wrong pronunciation, just overall bad practice. Just, oh my God, dude. He fucking spelled envelope fucking envelope. A-N, you know, this shit. This is the most popular one that got him into fucking meme. This shit, he literally write this on the fucking whiteboard in front. He'd write, I forgot if it's V or F. I was so fucking confused. I was like, what? Wait, hold up. I didn't pay like I didn't attend like the highest degree of like the most well-known university. No. But it's like basically above average. So I pay above average of the average students. And I got this fucking shit. I witnessed this in the fucking class. Oh shit, bro. I was so furious. Like for me, I don't care. I don't care about the class. But I feel bad for people like in my class who's genuinely don't know. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to learn.
To be honest, I can relate too. My teacher always flexes on his works on us and always brags that he's the one did this and that, not only that he stole one of the student work and takes all the credit.
Oh
Coach.
my god. Okay, that one's fucked up though. That's a fucked up teacher though. Imagine paying for university. Okay, fucking European. EU Andes. What the fuck? Stealing a student's work? That's actually kind of scummy. Dude, you yoing my work, I yoing your car brake. Holy fuck. Shit. Jesus Christ, dude. Chill, man, chill. Monka laugh. Thumbs up. Yeah. My English teacher didn't understand slang. I showed him some of my favorite Twitter convos and it was like, what does that mean every 10 seconds? Oh no. The thing about teachers, especially if they're like getting older, sometimes if they're not a good teacher, not all teacher, okay? If they're not a good teacher, they do not want to get up to date with the knowledge, the current knowledge and shit like that. So it's not like what they're teaching is wrong, but most of the time it's like outdated stuff. But the worst thing is that some of them are persistent about it. That's the worst part. They're like, no, I'm right. I'm the one who's teaching here. If I say this, this is it. This is it. You cannot say wrong. Like, bro, oh my god. Those moments are the one that pisses me off. Those fucking persistent motherfuckers. Oh boy. Just thinking about it just pisses me off, dude. Oh my god. But it happens. Unfortunately, it happens. So, if you want to be if you want to survive the education system, my way was I befriend a smart kid. I am average Joe. Like, I am that guy who's like, if I get a C, if I get a pass, I'm good. I don't give a shit about getting A. My parents, they accepted me. It's like, you know what? He draws. He's not that smart. We can accept that. Reg is pretty good at drawing and singing. He's an artist. He doesn't have to get an A. Alright, let's go. You know? But if you want to get a passing grade, befriend like somewhat above average students in your class. That's how I get to want to learn as well, want to study as well, at least. Because I myself am not a big fan of studying. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like when I study, I'm a fan of learning by doing. So when it comes to like learning something that requires you to read a book to learn something, I'm out. I'm just nuh like those 200 pages book. No, I'm more of a okay. You show me how it's done, and I'll just learn from that. Like learning by doing, the practice way. That's how I study. So group studies with my friends compared to like teacher explaining is actually better for me. But then again, that's like more personal stuff because I feel like every student have their own ways to learn. Is a Pepege actually pass? We are happy. Exactly. That's my parents. I'm so glad because my little brother, uh, in the Asian household, we always have that one kid in the family that's smart as fuck. And my brother, my little bro, is now studying as a doctor. And I am happy to never, like, ever since then, my parents stopped asking me to become a doctor. I am so fucking happy, dude. I was like, nah, not happening. Rashrap? A doctor? Nope. No thanks. Oh my fucking god, man. Exactly. I know you guys might think it's a stereotype thing, but if your parents is like you know, it's not if you're around my age, you usually have that parents that, kind of trying to convince you to get a certain job kind of thing. I thankfully managed to convince them that, yo, look at my drawings. You look at my music skill. I am not a doctor. Please help. And they didn't believe me. Cause in high school, my dream job was to actually be a manga artist. I drew a shit tons of drawing back then in high school, like paper and pencil. So that kind of convinced them that okay, yeah, Rad is a fucking artist. He's a dumbass. We'll stop convincing him. Doctor Trap watching anime mid surgery. That would be the case. That would be the case. Not gonna lie. Now you're a Mongo artist, so well done. Let's go. What the fuck? Oh, shit. Imagine if I became a doctor, man. I mean, it's such a noble fucking thing, but I'm just not it. I am just not it. You know what I mean? I can barely. Yeah, it's just not. It's just not my environment. I actually genuinely tried. Like when I was about to graduate high school, before getting into college, like the last year in high school, I was like, a doctor, huh? Do I really fit to become a doctor? Nope. No. It's just not for me. Tokyo feeds and electro feeling. Oh yeah. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yay! My true electro feelings. Kind of want to be a vet. I just understand how to stitch animals back together. Do it. Wait, do you actually know? Or is that a joke? But becoming a vet would be awesome, actually. Like if I really have to become a doctor or some sort, become a vet is fucking awesome.
Your mom will be proud if you were a cock doctor Astolfo cat boom llllllllllll.
I mean, Dr. Astolfo, fucking nurse outfit and shit. What? How do you know? Don't even ask. I see. Nice. Based on personal experience, I see. Do it up, man. Do it up. Being a vet's fucking awesome. You get to see every people's pet and take care of them on the daily. That's awesome. Although become a vet is not an easy task either, but if you enjoy it, being around animals, it's such a fun job, I would bet. It's like an enjoyable, very satisfying kind of job. Patient comes to the hospital nearly dying. Choto matene. Shut the fuck up. Patient start dying. Ah, fuck me, fuck my ass. Good. Oh, you guys know me so well. Good job. Me and my crew have come to an unanimous decision to try contacting A1 Pictures first to pitch the anime to them. Oh shit, A1 Pictures, that's big. That is huge, man. That is huge. Good luck, man. Good luck. You got this. You got this. A1 did Fairy Tail? I didn't know that. And again, I didn't watch Fairy Tail, the anime. I read their manga. Okay, I need Eve, not just some. I need Eve right now. Oh, dramaturgy. Ba, 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 ba. React when? Hold up. Almost done. Just need to do some of these. And if not A1, then Bones. If not Bones, then Madhouse. Holy shit, dude. I love Madhouse. If you can get it with them, woof. Madhouse quality is like around my style. Mm-hmm. React wine links are already lost to the void. Yeah, hold up, my bad. Gonna be night, but I need nobody night. All right. Oh my god. My back. I bet a lot of you guys probably think that I was drawing Rhea at the start. I need to redesign Rhea's designs because it looks way too much like Okayu. Oh shit. I nailed the face. Let's fucking go. That's a good one. Dash a good one. Nailed it. Exactly. Nailed. Don't make it sounds weird, man. Come on. Yeah. Huh? No, you gotta do it in all caps. Alright. I think we gook. Let's do some React Andy while I eat, and then we'll play some games. Okay? Okay, Jen. Okay, let's go. I'm thinking about probably playing some... I don't know. I'm kind of in the mood to try new games. I have Metal Gear Rising, Hellblade, some other stuff. I want to try something new. Close them, you weirdo. Close what? What? Close what? What would I close? There's nothing open. It's actually doing it. Oh, Raku. Oh, ran out of memory space. Dude, I don't know how the fuck can you survive with that much of tabs, I swear to God. But hey, I mean, you do you, dude. It's actually impressive, not gonna lie. What's up, Kay? How you doing? Oh my fucking God.
Eat my bits.
Ha, that's funny because it sounds like it sounds like something else. Thank you so much. 1,000. I almost said the wrong word. Thank you for 1,000 bits. Okay, appreciate it. Much love. I really need to turn down that volume. Every time someone do 1,000 bits, fucking
Finish Wolfenstein, Plague Tale, or the 7,194,927 other games you started, you piece of meow.
Okay, you exaggerated it. Alright, it's 6,294,356 games that I haven't finished, alright? It's not 7 million, it's not that big, alright, but we'll get into those, don't worry. we'll get into those. What else? Hellblade, yeah. Did I hear Metal Gear Rising? Yes. There's been a bunch of old games, or quote-unquote old, that I never played because I skipped it. Especially single-player games that I really want to play. Especially the one that's got really good ratings. Like, a lot of people swore by it. Hellblade is one of them. Like, a lot of people's, like, their game of the year stuff. And then Metal Gear Rising, everyone keeps saying that it's the best Metal Gear game. Because, it's very different. I mean, it's Platinum Games, Platinum makes good games. Well, we don't talk about their latest one, that one game that with Square Enix. We don't talk about that one. But other than that, they make incredible games like Nier Automata, fucking all that kind of stuff. We don't talk about their latest game. Yeah. Hellblade is a good movie. Oh yeah, man, it is an experience. A lot of people say that. Not necessarily in movie games, but it's one of those games where, if you, let's say, like streaming, it's a very streaming game because the player play the game, but people who watch the game, watch the gameplay feels like they're watching a movie. It's that kind of game. It's like what's that other game that's almost like that? I forgot. We played it before on stream quite a while ago. When Nier Replicant, I need to redo that because we kind of dropped it because we started another game. But yeah, don't worry, that's still in the list as well. There's a bunch. Let me list it for you guys. Let's see. So, like, I listed like games that I want you to finish. Single player games. We got Deltarune, the chapter 1 and chapter 2. Fahrenheit Indigo Prophecy. Hellblade, If on a Winter's Nights, Metal Gear Solid 5, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, Nier Replicant, Shadow of Mordor. I don't know if I want to play that game, but my friend said the first game is actually pretty good. But yeah, Um, Stardew Valley. It's just, well, it's like one of those games. The Darkness 2. That's one of the very old game that I dropped that I wanted to pick it up. Oh, just Noodle. Noodle with the raid. Dong slide, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid, appreciate it, much love. How you doing? And how's your stream? All of that is trash. Go play Nico Mimi Sweet Housemate. Is that a real game? Don't tell me that's a real game on Steam. Don't tell me it's a real game. Oh my god. Neko Mimi Sweet Housemates. Oh lord. So this is a Saints type of game. Hello, doing well. Just super hungry since about dinner time. How are you? I'm doing good. Just sketching, drawing here and there. We'll talk in the chat. And you should get your dinner. Go get it. Go get it. What's for dinner, by the way? Is it a cup of a noodle? Get it? Cause your name is just Noodle Cup. I'm so sorry. The exit door's right there, chat. But yeah, thank you for the raid once again. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah. Go get your dinner, man. Thank you, thank you. Retrap H for Noodle for the raid chat. Thank you. Thank you for. Hold up, let me upload Okayu on Twitter. How does you guys still streaming? Shut the fuck up, Chad.ちょっと待ってね。Huh? Oh, I thought Twitter down for a second. Okay. Red likes Noodle's jokes because his classmate always made fun of his noodle. Oh, you mean Indomie? Yeah. Huh? Oh yeah, dude, you've been looking at some ass like you said you will? Huh? What? Wait, what? Huh? Wait, what? What's that? What? What are we calling? What are we talking about here? What? Raku, what? Don't talk in the chat. I think we're done. Okay. Upload it. Hey, it's automated. There you go. You guys want to check it out on Twitter? I think I nailed the face here. Pretty nice. When you draw Rhea's ass, you said, I need to stare more. For reference, yes. Okay, to be fair, yes. For references. It's called anatomy study. Okay? It's called anatomy study, chat. Where you have to like look at the real things, or at least the 3D version of it, to get the idea of the dimension of a human proportion. That's how you learn anatomy, to get a good pose and get the, you know, yeah. That's why I told you guys, VR chat has been a really fucking help with my art progress. It's so fucking helpful. You guys have no fucking idea. Man, may I stare your ass for reference? I mean, not wrong. Like, if you hang out with me on VR chat, and then like, you know, you're using a very good looking avatar, or you know, someone I found out in the world hanging out, and look very good looking avatar is like, ooh, mind if I take some screenshots? It's like, yeah, not wrong, actually not wrong. But what can I say? It's the only way, right? That's the only way to, yeah. You guys are so fucking stupid. Alrighty then, people. Anyway, if you guys are interested in my art stuff, I uploaded all my stuff, like this one and the other drawings that I did, over on Twitter. Click the link in the chat, or you can follow me on Twitter in the panel down below, or just look up at Rattrap on Twitter. Thank you very much. Follow me, please. Follow me, please. I need the number. Red sitting at the park taking some notes, like, ah, so that's what an ass looks like. Mm-hmm. What? Have you heard of the new Star Wars series coming out? It's called Obi-Wan Can Blow Me. Chad, this is Gara, my son. He learns a lot from me. As you can see. What's up, Gara? How you doing? Oh my god. All right. Let's see. Links. Any links in the chat? Any linkers? Let me see. YouTube. Okay. I see you've made some progress in learning Gara. Nice. Jesus Christ. Oh, the TTS broke? Ah, shit. It happens here and there, unfortunately. Alright, let's see. We got Star Wars review by Shillup. Kirby. Oh, Donkey on Kirby. We haven't watched that? Elden Ring video. Okay, there's a lot. We just. Bada bing. Bada boom, bada bing, bada boom, bada bing. Holy shit, you gotta chill with the links, Saints. You got so many links. Oh, my internet's fucking up. Chat, delay test. If you guys can hear me, type in meow or colon 3 in the chat. Because apparently my internet dropped. Ah, shit. Okay, that's like 10 to 15, 10, 12 seconds delay. It's not that bad. But yeah, internet is not stable-ish right now, so bear with me.
When you think about you're completely the title might.
Oh no, a panda? Dude, I don't think is the panda video safe? Sane? Cause I know a panda. His content, some of them are a little bit too edgy for Twitch.
I like this.
So is that one safe? It's safe? Okay, trust you. Alright. Because I know a panda. Panda, some of his content's a little bit. Alright. Then we can start with Donkey. Since Shillup video is a little bit longer. Elden Ring we'll put it later. You're worthless and always will be. What the fuck? Okay, oh, it's Giguk. Okay. React Andy starts now.
When you think about it, Kirby is a lot like me. He's a big fat guy that sucks up all of the food. But I gotta come clean here. I've never been a big fan of Kirby. I know.
I'm gonna be honest as well. Me neither.
It's messed up to say, I know. But with Kirby, I've always been like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, new Kirby, yeah. I've played and enjoyed some of them, but there was never one that really grabbed me, where I'm telling people, you gotta play this Kirby. And then Star Allies came out, and that one kind of poisoned me on the whole series. On that game, I cut all ties with Kirby, and I said, never again. Never again will I play another Kirby video game. But then I played this new Kirby.
Jesus Christ, so loud.
Kirby games are typically very cheery and fluttery to the point where it can become overwhelming. Disneyland has a ride called It's a Small World. Some people love it, some people hate it. I thought it was cool, but I would not want to stay on that ride for 6 hours. You know what I'm saying? However, when you drop this pink dancing ball of joy into a forgotten post-apocalyptic urban landscape, well, that is bizarre and exciting. You suck enemies
True.
up and take their powers. You fight a tree and a DDD and a Meta Knight and flap your arms when you miss a platform. But make no mistake, there is no mistaking this game for another Kirby title. For the first time in this 30-year-old franchise, we have a full-on 3D platform.
Wow.
An atmospheric setting to finally set Kirby loose in. Bouncing through abandoned buildings, floating down a strong current, tunneling under a fence, swerving through a racetrack. You even end up going to Disneyland. The platforming mechanics are not
Disneyland.
super in-depth, but the level design is so condensed, most people won't notice. The combat, though, is surprisingly meaty, and that is because Kirby is actually Elden Ring. You rescue
What?
battle bees to build up your hub world, where a blacksmith upgrades your weapons using a finite amount of stones. The late-game bosses get insane, but you can use frost damage to knock a gigantic chunk of their health off. DDD even has the same exact move as Raditz, where he slams the ground. Adding this kind of long-term progression where you make your Kirby more powerful
Good one.
is something I never realized I wanted until I had it. Where Elden Ring slipped up, though, was not allowing the player to actually play as the Elden Ring. This is where Kirby takes things one step further. With the Kerbin Ring. Kirby eats a car, okay? So then you're a car. Kirby can be a vending machine and shoot Mountain Dew at people. Kirby can be a traffic cone. Kirby can be stairs. Stairs, ladies and gentlemen. The transformations
What
are
the
so
fuck?
weird and goofy that you want there to be 100 of them. But sadly, there's only about 12. There is a pretty lengthy postgame, though, where you collect 180 fragments of a lion's soul, and then Kirby says,
Chaos.
I did not expect to enjoy this as much as I did. HAL Labs has taken Kirby to the next level with a game that makes you want to go back and play every other Kirby.
Ooh. TLDR is a good game. I actually heard a lot from the other people as well. It's actually a pretty good fucking game as well. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh god, a panda. Alright. Dark Souls hater reviews Elden Ring. Oh my god.
The title, my dear viewer, it's not clickbait, it's true. I was a certified Dark Souls hater. I was sucking that haterade penis, but you know what? It's not that I didn't try to like these games, I absolutely did. And my wallet can back me up. Poor thing. I had Dark Souls 1 remastered, I had Dark Souls 3, and I had Sekiro, and I didn't like any of them. And make fun of me all you want, I don't care. But the reason I didn't enjoy these games, they were just too hard. And I would spend hours in these games and barely make any progress. It's like I paid $60 to waste my time. I know some people like battling the same boss over and over and over again for hours and then doing that countless times throughout the game. Not me. So as you can imagine, when I heard about Elden Ring,
That's okay. You can keep it.
hey, a panda, but there's horses. Hay is for horses. I don't give a fuck. Not buying. But Song 4 GKMC, I caved in. But you don't understand. Everyone was talking about it. Everyone's playing it. I don't want to be left out, but I knew I wasn't gonna like it, but... Am I really gonna spend $60 on another Dark Souls game?
Of course I am!
I was thinking, fuck, I can't refund this anymore. But everyone loves this game to pieces. I'm talking light-skinned Drake dry humping. Maybe, oh maybe, this will be the FromSoft game that I like. And you might like that subscribe button too. Yo, that was smooth, come on. But now after playing Elden Ring for a substantial amount of time, what are my thoughts? It's not good. It's extremely overrated, is what I would say if I was a fucking loser. This is one of the best games I have ever played, no joke. But for real though, this game's beautiful. Oh! I know all Dark Souls games have been pretty pretty. They're nice looking, but damn, bro! I'm not really the type to care about graphics, but my god. Elden Ring is an interactive art piece. I feel like Picasso swimming in a painting. Everything is so detailed and meticulously placed and grand. How could you not appreciate the visuals? And it's not just like a small game that takes 10 minutes to complete. This game is fucking around. I did try to comprehend it. I tried to understand the story, but all the story characters' names, they sound the same. Rykard, Radon, Radagon, Bakugan, Jim John. Can we just get like a Bob, a Phil, a Tim? I don't even know where she fits in the story, but hey, I got the Ronnie ending. Oh my god. The game could have not ended any better. I am no longer holeless.
Yeah.
Oh, I love my wife.
I love my wife.
Now let's talk gameplay. Are you guys ready for a hot gamer take? Here it goes. Open world game's bad. Now, I'm not saying the concept of an open world game is bad. In fact, when they're done right, I think they're gaming masterpieces. Like Minecraft.
True.
Breath of the Wild.
True.
Breath of the Wild. But I just think a lot of open world games are kinda boring. With the main reason always being, yeah, the world's big, but there's not a lot of content. And if there is, it's just the same thing over and over again.
Far Cry.
I'm tired of your dungeons, of your buildings. It's all the same to me.
Assassin's
The same
Creed.
shit,
It's just-
weapons. And after spending 40
It's just so like the Ubisoft formula.
hours of some stupid, useless part, what do you get? What do you get to show for it? A stupid fuck-all reward. And really, the only incentive for me to explore is to get my money's worth, and because I feel like I have to. If you relate, comment down below. Oh. But what about Elden Ring? I can definitely see the argument that Elden Ring is no different. But you want to know what's funny? I think it works with Elden Ring. In fact, I think the normally boring, repetitive exploration parts of open world games, you know, the reasons why I don't like them, is the reason why I liked Elden Ring. And it's not because I think exploring caves and dungeons and random buildings are a blast. They're kind of fun. It's definitely not because of the items you can receive. Oh boy, another somber one smithing stone! But it's the incentive. You get stronger. You see, the Soulsborne games, they're known for being a pain in the ass. Gaming's hemorrhoid. Like, Dark Souls is just synonymous with the term difficult. Remember when people were calling Cuphead the Dark Souls of platformers just because it was hard? It's because that's what these games are known for, and Elden Ring is no exception. Like, some of these bosses, dude, I honestly think the devs are just a bunch of masochists.
I'm a huge
What's the deal? I
masochist.
say I don't like the previous entries for being too hard, but here I am loving Elden Ring. Well, you see, dear subscriber, turn on notifications. It's not that Elden Ring just isn't as hard, but the way to make the experience easier, grinding, is fun. So I love this. The way you grind in this game is through exploring. All those caves, dungeons, buildings, villages,
True.
mini-bosses, they give you runes, and runes make you stronger. You don't have to XP farm like it's Pokemon killing Rattatas for 5 hours. You don't have to constantly fight the same boss over and over again. If a boss is too hard,
I
just
fucking
come back
hate
when
this
you're
guy.
stronger, lol.
Fuck
What
him.
do you think those stamps on the map are for? They made the worst part of gaming, which is grinding, fun. And if you want to get stronger in FromSoft games, you're probably gonna want to grind. Because yeah, exploring the non-essential parts of the game technically isn't grinding, but it functions the same. You get stronger. On top of that, there's an actual incentive to explore. Wow. Wow. Like, I didn't even have to use a rune farm, and that's kind of because I killed Vier and that. Bro, he was talking mad shit. I mean, how could you not beat the shit out of him? I had to. But me noob, managed just fine. I mean, don't get me wrong, the game still ripped me a new asshole, but it was as manageable as a FromSoft game can get. At least in my opinion, because if it wasn't, I wouldn't have played it, just like the other entries, because they were too hard. Nah, but Vier called me maidenless, though. That's fucked up. You don't do that, bro. How you gonna not expect to catch hands after calling me bitchless? But whatever. To conclude this point, caveman terms, open world complements Dark Souls games because it makes it easier if you explore. But you see, the reason I keep harping on this is because of Donkey. Oh, Donkey.
Oh, donkey.
You see, Donkey made a review on Elden Ring, and the part he really harped on is that the game was too hard, and as someone that didn't like the previous entries being too hard, opinion respected. Except, just kidding, Donkey, you're stupid. But it's not just Donkey. So many Soulsborne vets agree this game is too hard. There's too many bullshit moves that can one-shot you and constantly keep going
my
on and
wife,
on and on. There's so many
Melania.
one-hit attacks. Oh my god, it's almost like it's a Dark Souls game. But all the senseless bitching is the reason I decided to make this video, so thank you, Donkey. You're good, though. Scrub. Because I have a rebuttal. I know difficulty is subjective and all, but Donkey, you said you beat the game 4 times since it's come out, which impressive, but I have to ask you this. Have you done a run where you try to explore everything the game has to offer? The answer is no, ladies and gentlemen, because that would have taken too long, and he would have only been able to complete 3 runs instead of 4. See guys, this is a case study and work smarter, not harder. Stop fighting the same boss for 5 trillion fucking hours and then complaining about it being hard. Explore the dungeons, fight the mini bosses, go back to the parts of the game you missed. And also, if you guys keep dying in one hit, you know you can upgrade your vigor stat, right? If you explore the whole game, you will get enough runes to not get one shot, okay? I'm just saying though, Viera a bitch though. Like, bro, how do you meet someone for the first time and just insult them? You're asking to die. I beat the game and I loved it. And to me, it had a lot going against it, with it being a FromSoft game and open world and all. But this is one of the best games I've played in a long time. If you didn't like the previous entries, I definitely recommend giving this a shot, because this might just be the one. This game went balls deep into my asshole and reached my heart. And as someone that was a proud hater, I will gladly, proudly admit that I was wrong. Maybe this newfound appreciation will manifest into me playing the other entries again, since that's going to be the closest thing to Elden Ring 2 I'm going to get for years. Aside from DLC, which I'm sure is going to come out. This tarnished dick needs more demigod pussy. This game gets a 10 out of 10 dead Santas, because like Vier, I killed him too.
Let's ride a bike with my wife. My wife's real young, my wife's real small. Let's go to the beach and play with a beach ball. Praise Jesus God and my wife. Let's go to the beach and ride a bike. Ooh, I love my wife. I love my wife. Ooh, I love my wife. She is so fine.
Is that song on Spotify? Subscribe. Like. Good video! A panda. He earned my subscription. Good video. He's not wrong though. I can definitely see a lot of people who think that Dark Souls, Bloodborne, or Sekiro are too hard. Elden Ring are the easiest Souls game, or fucking games that made by Miyazaki, because it's an open world. It's more approachable. So yeah. It's a good perspective. It's a good review from a perspective of a non-hardcore gamer. That's cool. Alright, next one is... Shilla with the review of Lego Star Wars. He said, I strongly recommended Lego Star Wars. So shit, okay. A lot of people actually been talking about this game. I haven't checked that out. Literally is easy, just max out Falling Star BC. Okay, I did.
This video is brought to you by friend of the channel Squarespace. Stick around to learn more about them, as well as a special offer they're making available through my channel. Okay, so first up, if you have any knowledge or awareness of YouTube's approach to copyright music, you would know that it's impossible to use even a single bar of John Williams' legendary scores without your entire video getting copyright claimed. For that reason, Austin has worked extremely hard to find music that is similar to the iconic orchestral themes, but is of course copyright-free music. I think he's done well, so well in fact, and I'm pretty confident you'll barely notice the difference. Roll it, Austin.
Okay. Alright. I barely noticed the difference.
LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga is the second game I've played this year that's made me go, holy shit, this game is huge. I mean, I really thought we were in for another 10 to 15 hour romp that sort of cantered through each movie, because how could you do every major moment from every movie in a single video game? The answer? Crunch. And I know it's a bummer to bring this stuff up at the start of a glowing review for a jokesy kids game, but the fact of the matter is the developer TT Game Studios pushed their staff beyond breaking point to make this video game. This was all laid out in an article from Jack Yarwood of Polygon. I'm going to leave a link to that below. I do think that's sort of required reading in the context of this review, because I think this is a really amazing video game for a lot of reasons, and many of those relate to the breadth of this product. It is astounding how uncompromising it is, how it wraps its arms around the entire saga of 9 movies and refuses to let anything escape its reach. That's an inspiring effort, until you reckon with what the word effort actually means in this context. And it certainly takes some of the joy out of all of this to know what it cost the people who made it. I do wonder if the developers take any solace in knowing that they've created something really special here in the Skywalker saga. Never before have I thought of any game I've played as an heirloom, but I do think of LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga in precisely that way. Like many others, the first 6 Star Wars movies are special to me. There's no way I end up as big a nerd as I am today were it not for that VHS copy of A New Hope, which I kept on near permanent hire from my local Civic Video. I remember going to the midnight premiere screening of The Phantom Menace, and I hid my ticket in my sock because I was so scared of getting mugged outside the cinema. I was 14 at the time. I didn't know how crime worked. Point is, Star Wars used to mean something. It used to invoke a certain awe that's been lost in this era of unnecessary spin-offs and fan fiction level sequels, and the pop culture wars that have consumed all of this and made any discourse about Star Wars borderline insufferable. But here in LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga, none of that noise exists. Through a joyful distillation of each film, we can experience only the best, most elevating moments. It's so successful at that I really feel like LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga made me love Star Wars more. It gave me a deeper appreciation of the prequels. It helped me laugh off the sequels, and it reminded me why I fell in love with the original trilogy in the first place. That's what I mean when I talk about this game as an heirloom, because I think about what it would be like to play through this with my own kids or grandkids one day. Perhaps I will have successfully seeded Star Wars in their minds at a young age, and to know that something like this exists, this expansive, voluminous, exhaustive, interactive anthology, I would be so excited to share this experience with the next generation of Star Wars fans.
That makes sense.
Beyond all of this sentimentality and nostalgia, this is just a fantastic semi-open world 3D platformer adventure game with an astounding amount of content, locations, characters, collectibles, ships, minigames. We don't get many games like this these days. The 3D platformer is no longer in vogue, as children are now more preoccupied with Minecraft and Roblox. But TT Games are still making games like this, kind of for us now, more than kids I suspect, and they're making them really well, and they're making them couch co-op, and they're delivering a level of polish and quality that very few AAA games these days are able to hit. This is a remarkable package, and much like that VHS I grew up with, I suspect I'll be coming back to this one many, many times in the future.
Finally, we... What? Oh, there you are. Finally, we have revealed ourselves to the Jedi. Follow them, my young apprentice. You know what to do.
To begin with, I think we need to wrap
Lego
our heads
joke.
around just how big this video game is. So, you know it's 9 movies, and if you're anything like myself, you look at that and think, oh, cool, I get to relive some of the best moments from across the entire saga. That is wrong, because in this single, somewhat discounted video game, you will relive all of the best moments
No
of
way.
the entire saga. Every single one. So you're thinking, well, that can't be right. Surely it skips over a few battles, a few key scenes, a few key characters left out. No. Take a look at the star map. There are 23 different planets in this game, some of them with multiple districts to explore, and beyond that there are dozens of other locations not listed here, like space stations and asteroid fields and open space where you can engage in races or bounty hunts or space battles.
Wait.
What about characters? There are about 270 characters in this game, and many of those have individual skins for a total of 380 unlockable characters. These skins aren't just cosmetic, by the way. They reflect the capabilities of those characters at each stage in their journey. So Finn has 10 different costumes, some of which are filed under the villain class, reflecting his position as a First Order grunt, and the others filed under the hero class, reflecting his unlikely journey towards rebel scumdom. What about vehicles? There are 69 starships in this game.
Hey, 69.
There are 5 capital ships and 45 micro ships, which are essentially just tiny Lego versions of regular ships. Each of the main starships are beautifully
Dude,
modeled
we need to
with
play
totally
this.
accurate sound effects that are one-to-one with their movie
Chat.
counterparts. What about quests and collectibles? Oh boy, okay. Well, within the 45 main missions you get with this game, there are 3 level challenges per mission for a total of 135 challenges. In addition to that, there are 140 actual side quests and 730 puzzles, which is sort of like collecting a star in a Mario game. So 730 stars, basically. There's also nearly 40 time trial challenges, including things like ship and speed races, etc. What about progression? Well, each character class has a specific upgrade tree, providing upgrades specific to that class. So, for example, the dark side tree increases the chance of people running in fear from you, or allows you to force choke people. Very nice, love that. There are a lot of these upgrades, and they all have multiple unlocks within them that increase their potency. It's huge. I was chatting with my friend Gerard, aka the Completionist, about this, and his thing is he completes every game he plays. Not finishes, mind you, completes.
Ooh.
Every single challenge or collectible or whatever, that's what he does, okay? And I'm like, bruh, do not try to complete this game. You will die before you complete it. It's too big. There's too much. Do not attempt it. I'm not sure if he listened or not, but man, if he didn't, then rest in peace and pepperoni, my dude, because goddamn, there is a lot of video game here.
Mind you, this is a $60. This is like the opposite of what Ubisoft or most AAA game would do.
Volume of content on offer.
They packed in all of the Star Wars movie game, and it's not just some fucking discounted
But
stuff,
you may ask,
it's
well,
all
how
of
much
them
it was phoned in? And I would
in
say
one single
precisely
game.
0% of it. Tatooine, Coruscant, Kamino,
Damn.
that bug planet, Hoth, Endor, that stupid casino planet with the weird horse things, and that water planet that also had weird horse things. It all looks absolutely spectacular. As someone with a deep love of most of these locations, I really couldn't get over how much love and care and attention to detail has been poured into each of them. From architecture to the color palette to textures to the wardrobe of the citizens walking around, absolutely nothing stands out as being out of place or awkwardly reused. Top to bottom, every square inch of this is so faithfully recreated, but obviously with all the charm that comes with being a world made out of Lego. You'll spend as much time in these spaces as you want to. Obviously, you'll be shuttled through them during missions, but between missions, you're dropped into these hub areas where you can start chasing down those collectibles. Stuff like collecting Lego pieces for upgrades or completing side quests to unlock new ships or characters. These hub areas are massive, and they're also really cleverly constructed because they condense all of the major landmarks into these zones. So here's Tatooine, and this is Uncle Owen's farm, and to the right over here is a Jawa settlement, and then to the north is a Sand People settlement, which you'll get to visit in episode 2 when it's time for Anakin to introduce himself to the locals, and not just the men, mind you, but the women and the children too. Ever so slightly to our left is Jabba's palace, inaccessible until episode 6, at which point this hub area evolves to show both Jabba's pleasure palace and the Sarlacc pit below. So that's cool, right? It sort of makes each of these areas feel like stages at a theater. And the first time you visit them in earlier episodes, there's nothing going on, and you think to yourself, ooh, I can't wait for that next act to begin. It's super cool. I love that. Does the collectible, puzzle, challenge stuff hold up? I think it does. One of the reasons this review is so late is because I ended up doing a whole bunch of side content. I was never forced to do it. It was totally optional. But every time I arrived at a new planet, I spied some blue Lego chunk floating off in the distance, and I just couldn't help but go and get it. And that always involved unpacking the little puzzle that was waiting for me, like climbing a tower, or figuring out how to power up a generator, or using your force powers to lift up a droid somewhere high, etc. It's all very basic stuff, very doable. It's for kids, right? You're almost never going to get stuck on any of this stuff. It's never going to demand too much of you, but it makes this collectathon a lot more inviting, because when you see something, you know that you can pretty easily get it done. There's no friction that makes you look at something and think, oh, that's probably going to take forever to get. You see it, you do it, you move on. It's easy and pleasant for adults. It's probably pitched just right for kids. And of course, the whole game is couch co-op, and many of the puzzles are built in such a way that having two people playing them at the same time really helps the solution. For example, if something's up high, one player can stand on a box while the other player force lifts that box up. Other times, there are dual levers or switches that need to be pulled at the same time, or distant targets that need to be quickly shot. I played this game solo, so all of this stuff can be done solo, but it definitely would have been more fun to have someone by my side. Sadly, there is no online co-op, which is a real bummer, but don't forget that you can use stuff like Steam Remote Play Together, or PlayStation Share Play, which simulates couch co-op, and it only requires one person to own the game. Very handy, little note.
Alright. I'm not gonna watch the whole review. It's good then. Yeah, it's extremely good then. Interesting. $60, you get all of that? Huh. Kind of curious. Wait, that's actually very generous. Which is, I think you kind of expected it, but it's just that I'm so, you know, the market, the gaming market right now is so, you know, fucking cancerous that, you know, you would expect that they would sell each of the sagas separately, $60. So you get, if you want to buy all 3 trilogies, you gotta buy $60 times 3 or some shit like that. Like, I was expecting that. It's actually pretty fucking awesome. All right. TT Games. The crunch kind of fucking sucks though. That's not a good thing, but hope they settles on that one. Next one we got Elden Ring. This is not okay. It's a short one. What is this? Excuse me? Oh. Wait, yeah. I mean, yeah. We know that. It's, I mean, listen, we can argue that these guys are fucking spectral being and they can do magic arrows. So if you fucking, yeah. To be fair, the other archer in the game does not do this, so I feel like it's understandable. Understandable. Okay, I'm kind of curious with this one. Hold up. Wait. Alright, one more video and then we game in, okay? It's getting late.
You're completely worthless, you're never gonna amount to anything in life, and one day, you're gonna die. Anyway, remember to smash the like button, leave a comment, and subscribe. Value is a fickle thing that sometimes makes sense and sometimes does not. Burger at McDonald's? Hey, that's pretty cheap. Oh, we're dining in Five Guys. Damn, that's an expensive burger, but alright. Popcorn at home. A cheap casual snack. Popcorn in the cinema. Let me just take out my second mortgage. Here's a monitor stand. $100. Oh, it was made by a fruit company? $1,000. Should a monkey JPEG be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? Only if you have less IQ than an actual monkey. But if there's one thing we can all agree that you can't put a price on, it's life. Or can we? Vsauce music. I'm sure we've all seen that cheesy scene in a movie or anime where the main character preaches some shit like, but you can't put a value on life because all human life is priceless. And I remember the first time I heard this as a kid, I was like, yeah, well, I'm broke and my mates are broke, so broke plus broke still equals broke, so yeah, I guess you're technically right. But what if you could? What if all your contributions, past, present, and future, your happiness, your influence, what if your entire worth as a human being could be boiled down to a single monetary value? What would you do with it? Would you sell it? Would you keep it? Would you even want to know? And most importantly, do you pay out in Primo Gems? This is exactly what 3 Days of Happiness or I Sold My Life for 10,000 yen per year explores, and might be one of the most impactful short manga I've ever read. And I'm going to talk about why you need to as well, because do you know what's never undervalued? Today's sponsor, Boxu. Boxu is a monthly subscription service that delivers premium Japanese snacks and tea pairings straight to your door. Each Boxu features a unique theme that provides you a gourmet journey through Japan's snack culture. One of the biggest things I find living in Japan is that everything here is seasonal, and that includes all their snacks. And the exciting thing is, you guys get to experience that too now. It is Sakura season. As you can see, Boxu have provided me with a bunch of cherry blossom themed snacks, and they all look absolutely delicious, I'm gonna be honest. Every year, Japanese cherry blossoms bloom all across Japan during this time, and people celebrate by gathering under a tree for hanami or flower viewings for a picnic. And look, unfortunately, it's really hard to get into Japan at the moment, so if you want to experience Sakura season and hanami from the comfort of your own home, then Boxu's got you covered. I personally love all the Sakura flavored biscuits I get. God damn, that's good. So if you want to have your own Sakura celebration and support this channel, then you can click the link in the description and use code GIGUP15 for $15 off your order.
There
Thank you
you
to
go,
Boxu
chat.
for sponsoring this video, and back to why you should be reading 3 Days of Happiness. Kusunoki is a 20-year-old guy who suffers from a deadly medical condition: being broke. Working a dead-end job for table scraps, one day while trying to sell his possessions for a quick buck, he hears about a place where he can get some extra money. A store that will buy your lifespan, time, or health for cold, hard cash. Skeptical, but, well...
Think I've read this. Sounds familiar.
Desperate, he decides to give it a shot. I mean, surely a man's life is worth a good buck. How much could it be? 1 million yen per year? 3 million yen total? 3 billion maybe? 300,000. Per year? No, that's 300,000 yen for the entire remainder of his lifespan. For all you hamburger-eating, gun-toting Americans out there, that's about $3,000 for the entire monetary value of his life. That's about 1,000 Happy Meals, 50 copies of Horizon Forbidden West, or 1 5-star in Fate Grand Order. Finding out he has 30 years and 3 months left to live, he decides to completely cash out and sell almost everything for 10,000 yen for every year of his remaining lifespan, leaving him with 3 months left to spend it. Of course, tell a person exactly how long they have left to live, and they might be prone to doing some crazy shit to go out with a bang, like playing real-life GTA, or immediately spending your newly acquired life worth on Genshin pools. So to prevent this, he's also given an observer, which in this case is the exact
Oh yeah, I remember. I read this, but I never finished it. I remember this manga.
store clerk he sold his life to, a girl called Miyagi, who keeps him company up until his final days. If you couldn't tell by the premise alone, 3 Days of Happiness is an introspective story centered around the value of life, how best to spend your time here on Earth, and what it means to enrich your own life. You know, just your standard existential shit you have a crisis over whenever you forget your phone, before running to the toilet and slowly realizing that you're about to have a phoneless poop. Originally a novel called 3 Days of Happiness, this also received a manga adaptation called I Sold My Life for 10,000 yen per year, a revolutionary adaptation that broke new grounds by having a manga with a longer title than its light novel counterpart. From now on, I'm just going to be calling it 3 Days of Happiness for the rest of this video, because that's just a really big mouthful, alright? It's a relatively short manga, but it knows exactly the message it wants to send, so we get a concise story that hits and hits hard. Cause how do you even begin to calculate a person's worth? Do we go solely by what they contribute to society? How much happiness is in their life, or how do they affect the happiness of the ones around them? Are we going by current achievements or future potential? Stuff like this isn't something you normally think about, and the more you do, the more bleak it becomes. And for someone like Kusunoki, how do you process knowing that your life is worth such little value, and now that he sold it, he has a time limit to come to terms with all of his life regrets while figuring out how to best spend his remaining days. It's a tale that's painfully relatable, not necessarily because it shows a guy figuring out what he wants to do and achieve in life before he dies, right guys? But because what we see here is a journey of a soul that feels completely lost. Look, I don't want to assume what stage of life you're going through right now, but anyone who's gone through or is going through their early 20s knows that it's hard to feel anything but lost. Wait a minute, you're telling me we've gone through an 18-year-long tutorial lesson on Minecraft and now you expect me to do a no-death run in the world of fucking Elden Ring? Motherfucker, I still make fart jokes and find uh-oh stinky poo-poo hilarious, and now I gotta find a career, be responsible for my own life and pay taxes? What the fuck is this? One year you just wake up and get tossed into a totally new world and you're expected to know how to adult properly, the exact path you want your life to go, and it's absolutely terrifying. Some of us, through trial by fire, may get a stranglehold on our own lives, beat the boss and set ourselves in a direction we're somewhat satisfied with, and some of us never move on from that stage. And that's exactly what our main character finds himself in. Kusunoki is a guy who had goals, he had ambition, he had talent, but somewhere along the line he slipped into a self-destructive, meaningless path in life. He shut himself off, unknowingly sprung hurt upon the people closest to him, and unfortunately realized too late that he peaked at the age of 10. The more he reflects on life, the more mistakes he's realized he's made to get there, and it's his interactions with his observer, Miyagi, that helps him put things into perspective. She's someone who seems equally lost in a different way. A girl that's detached and distant, a trait coming with the job that she has, and slowly but surely, a bond forms from their shared sense of purposelessness. But at the end of the day, what really hits home is that he is the reason his life was worth so little. There was no big life event that sent him down the wrong direction, no one person to blame for where he ended up at. It was he that set himself down this path. One small action, or inaction at a time. It's a bleak and uncomfortable way to look at things, but the story uses it to delve into a wonderful exploration of fulfillment and happiness and what it means to find true wealth in your own life. Selling his life is what makes Kusunoki slowly find purpose in it. He reaches rock bottom and uses it as a stepping stone to climb himself back up. He finds a meaning in life that had none of it, lives more in 3 months than he ever would have.
Is
in
this
30 years.
gonna explain the whole fucking story? Is it gonna explain the ending? Because I kind of want to read it. So we're probably not gonna... I'm just gonna skip it because I feel like this is gonna be the ending here.
Something preaching good morals, even if I do fully agree with it, it doesn't always sink in. There's only so many Shaq motivational shorts a man can watch before I literally start ripping my paycheck in half. Sometimes you need one thing that remains constant for everyone. It's that the only one who can have an effect on that value is you. You are the determining factor of how much value goes into your life, monetary or not, tangible or intangible. You are the only person who has the ability to increase that value starting from today, and it's never too late to spark that change. Because no matter how little you may think you contribute, no matter how worthless you may think your life is right now, that has no bearing on what it'll be 10 years, 5 years, 2 months from now, or even tomorrow. And that's a sentiment I think some people might really need to hear today.
Yosokuga. Good video! That's actually a really good manga. Probably gonna finish it. It's a very short one, now that I mention it, and now that I remember it. I guess I should give it a try. It's a pretty good one. It's pretty gook. It's kind of sad, but it's pretty gook. It's like the manga that I read yesterday. What is it good? Fucking Goodbye Eri. The Goodbye Eri is pretty fucking interesting. Now that I remember. Only 16 chapter. Yeah, it's pretty short. It's pretty short. I like those, like, one shot or not too long kind of manga stuff. It's really chill to read them. Doesn't really require much attention and stuff, so I can always finish it up. Isn't there... Oh fuck, more? Yes, but we're running out of time, baby. You know what, I'll watch like the less than 1 minute stuff, because if we're gonna keep React Andy, we're gonna React Andy the whole fucking stream and play no fucking game. Raku with the...
When the time...
Okay, the rest of your videos are long as fuck. Keep it for tomorrow, okay? Why do I turn on my cam?
When the time comes to defend yourself, you best do something.
The words of the 80-year-old homeowner who confronted two robbers.
I walked in on them, and they downed me. They jumped on me in the hallway.
But Tom Greer says he managed to get his .22 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver. He says when that unarmed couple saw his gun, they took off out the back door, and he followed.
The lady didn't run fast as a man, so I shot her in the back twice. She's dead, and they told her off, but he got away. She says, "Don't shoot me, I'm pregnant, I'm a baby." And I shot her anyway.
My fucking ear, Jesus Christ. Alright, America. Self-defense. Don't do bad things, chat. Especially in America. You don't want that. Alright. Gaming time. You don't play gaming anyway? Alright, dude. Okay, dude. No. Okay. Today, we are going to start the game with... Actually, I haven't decided. Sure you don't want this? How Joji escape filthy, Frank? Dude, it's 17 minutes, man. I love Joji, but you know, we can watch that another time. We can watch that another time. Is Battlebeat? I don't know. They postponed their playtests. Still want to try Battlebeat, but maybe not anytime soon, I guess. All right, let's try out Metal Gear. Metal Gear. Metal Gear. Metal Gear Rising. Everyone, fasten your seatbelt because we are going to go crazy on some fucking action thingy thing. You know? Motherfucking. Where's my controller? Buckle up, buckle up. Because this one's gotta be quite the ride. Yeah. It's actually recommended by, well, quite a lot of people. Raku reminded me like a couple of days ago about this game, so I was like, okay, let's give it a shot. Let us give it a shot. Oh shit. Oh, my ear. God, Jesus. Let me mute real quick. Holy shit, so loud. Oh, man. Hold up. Controllers not detected. At least not detected properly. One second. My ear just blew up. Chodomare. Imagine never playing this game. Stephen Armstrong. Something does not approve. Dude, I never played other Metal Gear game other than Metal Gear Solid, the first one, and a little bit of 2. But other than that, never played any other MG games. And more of a Rising. So, you know, at least I'm playing it right now. Not my fault that I grew up as a fucking PC gamer. Console wise, I stopped at PlayStation 2. And even in PlayStation 2 era, I didn't play most of the game. Lower the volume again for now because it's loud as fuck. Cannot hear myself right now. Alright, should be good. Graphic. Okay. Blur off, high. Alright, pretty cool. Controller type. Okay, still a little bit too loud. Alright, that should be good. Caption on. English. Yes. You gotta try at least Phantom Pain? I will eventually. Just that the size of that game is, you know. And the fact that I haven't played the rest of the other Metal Gear games, kind of like, I don't know if I want to. Pull up. Got to it. Story. What's VR mission? Oh, I guess it's like a mini game. Alright, we'll just do the story. Yeah, it's like side missions and stuff. Oh, tutorial mission? Do I want to do that? We'll just do the story, whatever. Easy, normal, hard, we'll do hard. Oh, there's a tutorial, okay. Tutorial mission! Oh shit, what the fuck is going on? This is a very 2010.
Well, let's begin with a quick warm-up, shall we?
Ooh.
Check the Soliton radar on the upper right and head to the point marked on the display. You can jump over obstacles, but the ninja run will get you across them more quickly and easily.
Okay. Alright, jump. Ninja run, RT. Oh shit! What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay. This is very Platinum Games.
While in motion with the ninja run, you know. Swinging your blade while dashing, for example, or striking your foes with a sliding attack.
Alright, ninja run. Alright, slide. Okay, cool. Okay, what the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, that's some Kojima shit. That is some Kojima shit right there. The ending of the level with
Now
some
then,
cool...
let's run a basic battle diagnostic. Try and neutralize all the enemies that appear.
Alright, easy.
String light and strong hits together to perform combination attacks.
Alright. Oh, Jesus, what the fuck? Blade mode. The fuck is a blade mode? Okay, it's not that helpful. Hold up. I cannot hear myself. It's so fucking loud. Jesus Christ. Alright, 2. That was too loud for you guys as well, right? Lock on is R1? Okay, that's kind of interesting. Sure.
Combat is not all offense, however. You also need to protect yourself. First, follow the direction of the enemy's attack. Parry those attacks by executing light attacks of your own in the same direction. This is how you parry. It is the keystone of your defense.
Okay. LX parry. Alright. What?
Draw foes in as close as possible and
Okay,
parry their
that's
blows to
fucking
leave them
sick.
exposed to counterattack. From your perspective, it will appear as if the enemy is frozen in time, or at least moving very slowly. This is the
Oh
perfect
my
opportunity
God.
for you to carefully aim your strike, then slice your foe apart. Keep in mind, even you will not be able to parry every type of attack. Watch your foe's movements carefully.
Alright. Anyone want shish kebab? I'm dropping frames. 357 parts. Oh my fucking god, this game. Alright. Can you just lower my volume? Well, that's different because you're gonna lower my voice as well. I'm gonna stabilize the voice and the game.
3 years. We've come so far in just 3 short years.
The sign of a strong leader, sir.
No. The will of a strong people.
Okay, I need to increase the dialogue volume.
And one very able advisor.
Thank you, sir.
Your team deserves credit as well.
Just remember you can use blade mode if the body parts highlights blue to slice and dice them.
I must admit,
Alright.
I once thought of groups like yours as opportunists, enablers of war. But you've trained our new army well. Order has returned sooner than expected. Perhaps I was wrong about these private military companies.
We prefer private security providers, sir. Most of Maverick's contracts do focus on security.
Yes, well, security can mean many things.
Oh shit.
There's a saying I like. One sword keeps another in the sheath. Sometimes the threat of violence alone is a deterrent.
Oh my god.
Sometimes by taking a life, others can be preserved.
He's such an Uchiha.
It's the code the samurai lived by.
Oh my god.
A soldier and a philosopher. You are full of surprises, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
I could say the same about you, Mr. Prime Minister.
What is happening?
Someone's blocking the lead vehicle. Hold on.
Oh shit. Here comes the first stage.
This is official state business.
Ah, it's this guy. It's gonna be the rival for him, right? Throughout the game.
I said clear the road. We're authorized to use force if you do.
Nice aim. Okay. Alright, just gotta double tap him. Might as well.
Leopard 1, U-turn. Turning back.
This is such an unnecessary double tap there. It's like, he's already dead, might as well. Slice and dice.
Open fire! Who was that?
A cyborg.
One of our competitors?
Courtney, what is happening?
We got hit, sir. A cyborg.
Who's?
Exif comes up unaffiliated.
I'll notify all checkpoints. Get on money out of there.
Yes, sir.
Oh shit. There's multiple of them. It's a trap!
We are going to die.
Stay calm.
He's got friends on our 12.
Raiden.
I'm on it. Guard the Prime Minister.
Okay, that's not necessary, but okay. Oh my god, it's so fucking cool! Got the carbon fiber sword. Okay.
Let's get this over with.
God damn, it's so edgy, I love it. Artificial compound eye unit.
Take out
Alright.
those hostiles. Right.
Shit.
You'll need to choose between light and heavy strikes to match the situation.
Shit.
Take self-repair units from your foes to replenish your own supply.
Come on. What? Okay. Wait, what is this? Oh, repair unit. Okay, that's a bad. I'm gonna try to parry. Alright, a little bit too early. Oh my god.
Raiden, the limo is in trouble. Get back there. ASAP.
Fucking love this.
I'll add the limo to your Soliton radar.
Soliton radar. Whoa! Oh shit. Come here.
Right, it's on the other side of that barricade.
Oh my god, these guys are so annoying. Ah shit. Ah shit. Come on, do the thing. Alright. So ridiculous, I love it. God damn it. Oh. Alright, okay, okay. Trying to parry him. Ooh! Collateral! Ah, shit. Alright. You're lucky. Shit, I need healing. Raiden. Wait, was I supposed to chop his head to get a healing item? I don't get it.
If you can't cut through the barricade, try the fence, huh?
Alright. Okay, they're as good. There's that Metal Gear. Oh my god, it's actually Metal Gear! What the fuck? Of course! It's in the game title! Should expected it. It's Metal Gear. Oh my god. Alright, we got a boss. Jesus Christ. That is so fucking cool. Oh my god. Oh no. Mr. Prime Minister. Stop!
So you're Jack.
What do you want with the Prime Minister?
I want him dead. Nothing personal, of course. Africa's just getting a bit too peaceful.
What?
What?
Business ain't been the same since they shut down SOP. A clean break from the war economy. Huh. Well, some of us like that economy. How's an honest warmonger supposed to make a living?
This is your answer? Don't do it!
Don't worry now. I won't.
Not yet.
Not while he's still useful. So long.
This fucking lip sync is so bad. So long. Oh shit, we're fighting Metal Gear.
What? They have a Metal Gear?
I'm Lodo!
Ryder, take out that UMG and get after it. Catch that missile before it blows.
Shit. Oh my god.
Ninja Ram to deflect those shots.
I'm trying, motherfucker! The camera, holy shit.
Use blade mode to damage its armor.
Let's go. Alright, the other one. Oh my god, oh my god! My screen! Oh shit. I'm literally one hit.
They swapped out the hydraulic cutter for a plasma cannon. Use the Ninja Ram to dodge that plasma.
I am doing that shit! Shut the fuck up! Wait, maybe I'm supposed to do the other one? Oh my god. Dude, the camera keeps going around. Stop focusing on his head. Okay. Alright. Easy. Alright, let's just... Ah!
What is going on? Raiden, answer me!
Alright.
Raiden!
That sucks. I thought I can first try it with 3% HP.
They have a metal gear? Shield? Raiden, take out that UMG and get after it. Catch that missile before it blows!
What? Okay, the targeting system is so annoying. It keeps aiming at his head for no reason. I'm not even aiming at it.
Use blade mode to damage its armor. Use your ninja run to deflect those shots.
Oh my god. Not sure what is he doing. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Oh my god, okay. I'll see you later, Lucas. It's so loud, by the way. Like, holy shit.
They swapped out the hydraulic.
It isn't hard when you've been playing it on hard mode. What? What do you mean?
Use the ninja run to dodge that plasma.
What do I do? Mirror shithead?
Stop that blade.
I misclick. Do it again. Oh shit. Oh my god, the music. Ooh! Oh my god, it's so cool!
Хорошо, very good. But do not rest easy just yet, huh?
D! Alright, man. I'll take it. That was kind of
He's on the other
sucks.
side of that collapsed building. Go!
Whatever.
Careful, Ryder. Keep that up and the whole building could collapse. Look for another way.
What to tell him is even hard? What do you guys mean? I chose the hard difficulty. That was not hard though.
There, get him.
Hold up. Dialogue feels a little bit. Voice. Okay. Hold up. Dad. There we go. Boom. Ninja run.
Use your ninja run to move over obstacles automatically.
He's waiting for me, what the fuck?
Do not let him out of your sight. You must catch him.
What? Oh! Right, I forgot you can do that. Hard mode is just bigger HP? Well, that kinda sucks. Whatever then. Until it gets annoying, I won't. I'll stick with it.
That damn you cheat. It still works?
What the fuck? Wait, I thought we killed it. Oh no. What am I supposed to do? What the fuck? Alright.
Raiden, respond! Raiden!
Can I jump over it? Seems like unavoidable. It's a flaccid D. True. What?
That damn UG! It still works?
The damn UG. Alright then. No, I don't think he can dodge it with jump. Oh shit, I forgot he'd do that. What?
Use blade mode
Oh.
to take down those heavy missiles.
I don't know. I guess it works. Alright. Bam! Ah, shit. I should have parried that. Oh my god! Alright. This is very nauseating. Not gonna lie. This camera screen shakes so fucking crazy. I did it! Let's go. Oh, okay. Alright, it's actually doable. Shit! I want to parry that so bad.
Finish that bastard off!
Here it comes. What? Okay, dude. Alright, man. Oh my god. It's not done yet. Ah. Oh my god. What the fuck is going on? Oh! Finish him! Oh my fucking god. Alright. From D to B, I'll take it. From Dick to... Ha. Okay, he can just kill everyone there. Come on. That's no biggie. Decided to just escape.
Damn it!
Kojima with the over-the-top action. I fucking love it. Too bad the cutscene's like in 720p or something. Not 1080. Considering it's an old game.
He's headed for the front of the train. After him.
Enter him? What?
Brandon, an unidentified field roader is headed your way. Keep an eye out for it.
Alright.
Prime Minister!
Prime Minister!
Huh. Too little too late, hero. I won't be needing my little shield here any longer.
Stop!
Holy shit.
What about all the good things war has done for us? Why don't we ever hear speeches about that? Jobs, technology, a common purpose?
Raiden, forget me. Stop him.
You ain't listening.
Mind if I got in?
Oh shit.
All we're saying.
It's not American.
Give war a chance!
Oh! Oh shit. He's not dead, right? I think it's alright. I think it's fine. Right? He's just stumbled. It's fine. Don't worry.
Out of my way!
Is this gonna be the part where he's gonna lose his jaw and everything? Because you know, he doesn't look as damaged here.
Let's go.
Alright, let's fuck this guy. There's gonna be like a scripted death, probably.
Don't be shy.
Okay, alright, okay, what the fuck? Alright.
Self-taught. And not half bad. Still.
Oh my god. Okay. This is like Genichiro.
Your technique lacks something. Mightier than the pen after all.
Oh my... What? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, okay. This dude... Jesus Christ.
Now I see. You deny your weapon its purpose.
Oh shit.
It yearns to bathe in the blood of your enemies, but you hold it back. No. My sword is a tool of justice.
I mean, we did cuts, dice the enemies, technically. We kind of bathed it in blood. What? Okay, that's a very cool mechanic. It's a gun? See?
Shit, not again.
Oh, it's a cyborg, it's fine.
Raiden, are you all right?
I'm gonna
You're
kill
almost
you!
Clear of the tunnel. Hang on.
You'll be dead, you fucker!
Want to practice first?
Hey!
Goodbye.
Did you want to practice first?
Alright. Fair enough.
This is what happens when you bring a tool to a sword fight. It's over. Lucky devil.
What? Well, you can just finish me there. You can just... What? Okay.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Ah, he said the line! He said the line, chat. Kept you waiting, huh? Wait, doesn't lose his jaw though. Isn't he have like a cyborg jaw as well? He'll lose an eyesight.
Down you go!
Okay, it's not gonna be that easy.
Flares!
He acted so surprised that a fucking military plane have a fucking flare or anti-rocket. Come on. Flares? He died. The end. Okay, the music's still too loud. Gotta turn it down a little bit more. Combat rank C. It's better. It's better. It's better than nothing. I'll take it. It's my first try. I'll take it. Yeah, it's just a little bit. This is a little bit too loud. So the only thing I know for real that every artist is not totally while drawing, not totally horny while drawing at a certain.
How is it, Ryder?
Not wrong.
So far, so good. I've got a clean visual.
A direct feed to your optic now. Yes, I should hope so, huh? I mean, how does it feel? To fly like a bird?
Like a bird strapped to a remote control rocket.
We will get you in safely, Tovarich. Just
How you doing,
relax
King?
and
What's
enjoy
up?
the ride.
Right.
Yeah, that's actually
Can you hear me,
sentence actually correct.
Remember the two procedures to maintain your new body. 1. Seizing nano repair units
from your foes. And 2.
Absorbing their electrolytes. I got it.
Yes, enemy cyborgs should provide plenty of MCFC electrolytes once you slice them open and extract their fluids.
Jesus Christ.
I was planning on that anyway.
Oh, and their left hands, if you please.
Excuse me?
The combat data stored on holographic memory, typically located in the left hand. That data is very valuable. I am authorized to offer you upgrades and services in exchange for it.
Ooh. Okay.
Generous.
Ich liebe Kapitalismus. Had the world come down a few years earlier, I would have a Nobel Prize on my shelf.
There, I see land.
Go on.
3 mics out and closing. No activity at the airbase. Looks like we don't need to worry about interceptors.
Great. Then we have time for a quick briefing.
I know you miss me, Kev, but I've been all over the materials.
That's what you said before Montenegro. Look, just humor me, buddy. Objectives, of course, are enter Abkhazia, neutralize the terrorists, and restore the rightful government, or what's left of it anyway. The president and most of the cabinet have been killed, and a military junta's been established. The terrorists brain-jacked all the high-ranking officers, and their cyborgs scattered the rank and file. The few leaders who have survived have no way of openly opposing the new regime. That's why they called us.
Oh shit.
Andrei Dolzaev, leader of the occupation forces, an extremist linked to both the St. Petersburg massacre of 2015 and last year's terror spree in Georgia. And his arms supplier, none other than Desperado Enforcement, LLC.
Sorry. Why does he keep pushing them?
Money's killers.
If we don't stop them here, they could destabilize the entire region. But our more immediate problem is Jetstream Sam. I believe you've met.
Oh shit.
The only problem I see is that nickname.
I've got my enhancements this time.
Jetstream Sam?
He may not even be in country, but keep an eye out just in...
Oh, sorry.
Ready for insertion.
Wait, what are we doing? Oh my god. Oh shit. There he is. In his full glory. Oh man. The 12 FPS slow motion. I like how he, you know, they give him so much more body armor.
Raiden, you landed safely, huh? First, head inland. The waypoint is marked on your Soliton radar. Contact us on Codec if you have questions.
I like how he allows so much body cyborg upgrades, and then all they can do to his eyes is a fucking bandage.
The only downside of this new Raiden suit he has is flat now, Sag.
No! Nah, that's not that flat. Like, I need explanation for the bandage still. Like, can they just put some, I don't know, fucking cybernetic eyes or some shit like that instead of a fucking bandage? I don't get it. Oh shit.
The bastards are using stealth camo to ambush you. Nice try, but it won't do any good against a state-of-the-art cyborg like you, eh? To parry incoming hits, throw out your own barrage of light attacks while your foe is on the offensive.
What? Okay. What just happened? Okay. Alright, that's a grab. Okay. Shit. Too early. Too early
Right.
again.
Whenever you engage in battle, I will designate a battle area for you. Stay within
Okay.
the area to avoid collateral damage.
Why does he not do another slash there? Whoa, what the fuck? Whoa! Wait, what just happened? I just take his spine? Okay, that's interesting.
Had your fill?
With this body, I could take these guys with no eyes.
Oh damn, okay.
Intel wasn't exaggerating on the cyborg count.
Well, you know how fast the tech's been spreading these last few years. That CNT muscle fiber packs the power of a jackhammer into every limb.
What enterprising soldier of fortune could resist? And cyborgs are still human. Real
Thinking people. Way less risk of collateral damage than your typical UAV strike.
And don't forget the PR angle. Nations start playing Frankenstein with their troops, and the public goes nuts. PMCs, on the other hand, are off the ethical radar.
Yeah. They still don't even count PMCs in official death tolls. With SOP out of the picture, private militaries needed a new edge on the market. We got it.
In a way, cyborgs are just SOP troops by another name. Only all muscled up and less predictable.
But it makes you wonder, where'd Desperado find these guys?
I'm not complaining. They're like walking vending machines.
Right. Vending machines full of blood.
The fuck?
Easy there, Dracula. Like I said, they're still people.
People who terrorize and take innocent lives for money. They sowed their fate when they took this job.
Oh my god, it's so edgy.
I'm just the Reaper.
Oh, he's so fucking Uchiha.
It's a bit cold, Raiden.
Even for you. Anyway,
I am the Reaper.
it's cool. Let's get to work. Time to increase the peace.
Right.
And his fucking voice as well. Right. I kinda talk like this. Zandatsu tutorial is now playable via VR mission. Okay. Hold up. Let me just lower things down volume wise. Just a little bit more. Okay, maybe not music. Actually, dialogue, let's keep it at 3. Or it's just whatever. Dig that voice. I mean, it's Metal Gear. Snake also have an edgy voice. Metal Gear.
Raiden, this
Kept
is
you
Boris.
waiting,
Give me
huh?
your status.
Looks clear. No one in sight.
Good. Let's recap the route you will take. As I said, the enemy's HQ is in the
Oh, I can
refinery
move.
along the coastline. Dolzaev has been spotted there using satellite photography. Also on
Too
site,
anime.
Mistral, a Desperado captain.
So I go through the city, cross the bridge into the old town, then head down to the rear of the refinery.
Still, I think they anticipate us. They will probably have a grand reception awaiting you at the old city. Do not let your guard down.
Alright. Gotcha. Parkour time. Okay. Is there a
Hostiles
sneak
in
attack?
the lower corridor, I see. Try to flank them, or approach from behind.
Ooh. Maybe from above? Oh!
Excellent, Raiden.
Okay, dude. I mean, A for style point, I guess. Holy shit. What the fuck?
Raiden, take that main thoroughfare. You can use augment mode to see where the enemy is located. Your body analyzes radar and IR data to construct your AR display. Huh. Some civilians are still in the city. That is not good.
Toggle air display. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Something over there. Alright. What's this? Grenade. Interesting.
What are you doing here? This area is off limits.
Oh shit.
No, I'm not doing anything. Can we just kill them? It'll be easier. We're supposed to have driven them all away already.
So, self-defense, right? Easy.
No, please.
Not today. Justice arrived. Oh my god. Okay, dude got a fucking bazooka. Come here. Oh, okay, there's another one. All right then. Oh. I see. All right. I'm getting into the flow of the combat now. What? All right. RPG. Oh my god. This dude is like Tony Hawk with a fucking blade. Jesus Christ, man. Okay, so we can do stealth if we want to. Classic, the good old Metal Gear. Place. What the fuck is that? Alright. Interesting. Oh, the music. Shit.
Brad, when you did that Y plus B kick up, you can use blade mode to slice and dice him up.
Oh. Oh. Extra style points. Oh, Jesus. I might not want to spam this. That's an A.
Very good, Raiden. Now, keep heading for refinery.
I like the fucking the part where he uses a fucking katana on his shoes. It's actually pretty fucking dope. Oh shit. Alright. Pretty straight up. Sub-weapon? Wait, what? Okay, I'll give it a try. Alright. I thought it's a heat sink. Alright, okay, never mind then.
Brad, try parry but hold.
Shit, hold up. Ah shit, they see. Dead all. Come here. Shit. Alright, too early. Oh no, that's a grab. Oh my god, okay. Alright, that doesn't work. What? Alright, fair enough. Ah, the camera. Are you? Okay. Alright, they just backed off. Okay. How do we finish them off? They keep backing up. Guess I parried them. Ah, shit. Oh my god, camera, hello? Okay, this is so confusing. Oh my god. Shit.
Ryan, what
No.
Come on, buddy, answer me. Write it? Write it!
They're a little bit different from human.
Very good, Ryder.
You cannot insta-parry
Now,
them.
keep heading for refinery.
Well, yeah, I kind of understand, but... Alright.
Bullseye! Get off!
Dead all. Wait, where's the other guy? Oh my god. Alright, fair enough. Good. Oh my god, okay. These guys are annoying. What? Okay. Alright, let me finish off the humans. Soldier first. They're annoying as fuck. Where are they? There he is. Alright, okay. Alright, that was close. Where's the other guy? Come here. Alright. Now it's a 1v1. Come here. Alright. I am confused. Oh, alright. Alright. Dead. Oh my god. Okay. Get hooked! Oh, he's not dead? Alright. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. Oh my god. To parry, you gotta hit the second attack. After you deflect him, you gotta hit the second attack to initiate the parry animation. And the robots keep dodging you after each deflect. That's why I keep failing the parry.
Right and wait. We're picking up a wireless
So I don't get the idea of
transmission near your
using a
position.
sword against robots.
From the frequency, most likely an
Everything
enemy
works in
data
this game.
terminal. Check it out. We may be able to salvage some intel.
Tasty robot legs. Cooking Indomie? Hell yeah. New VR mission? Okay. Codec. Oh, okay. Alright. Later. Okay. Check those out later. Alright. You can actually feel the fact that this game is developed by Platinum Games. Platinums have their own way of making melee combat. The melee combat and the movement. Like it's very Platinum Games.
Show yourself.
Feels similar to Nier Automata. Oh shit, my chin! What the fuck is going on? Oh! It's like a wolf?
And you are? I am IF prototype LQ84I.
Okay, too much, too long, too.
Prototype. Interface prototype. All autonomous UGs feature high-level onboard artificial intelligence.
Okay, you're just gonna explain it to me.
Interface enables verbal communication.
Ah,
I
yes.
possess an intellect far beyond human reckoning.
You don't say.
You don't say.
What's the meaning of life? Why are we here?
Some molten.
I am here to kill you.
Alright then. God.
That's it? Pretty simple thinking for such a mighty intellect.
I may analyze orders, but I may not disobey them. Should I disobey a direct order, my memory would be wiped. I must destroy you.
What good is an intellect if you can't use it?
Oh
Your
shit.
taunting is pointless.
It's just
exterminate.
Alright then. Oh, the music's so good! Alright, what do we do here?
Multiple strikes.
Yep. Oh, that's out of reach. Oh my god, it deflected everything!
You will die.
Oh. Okay, that's a grab.
Is this all?
Come here!
Use your intellect. Evade my blows.
That's right. Gosh. Ah, fuck.
You will die.
Is this how you're supposed to fight him? I feel like I'm not doing it properly.
Warrior uses all of his tools. Backup required.
What? Oh, come on, that's cheesy. Healing though, thank you. I like how he's still having a conversation. Oh my god, the grenade. Dead all. Alright, come here.
I will exterminate your consciousness.
Okay, can you stop moving around? Alright then. Ah, shit. Okay. Oh my god, that was close. Alright, I don't think that deals extra damage. Ah, what the fuck?
Help me.
To continue alone would be foolish. Help! Alright. Okay then.
You call this violence civilized?
Fuck. Come on. Fuck you. Whew. Gotta play some Overwatch with K if you want to join us. Alright, dude. I'll let you guys know. Thank you. Have fun, have fun. Oh my god.
I will obliterate your consciousness.
Ah, shit. Dude, I pressed it. Come on.
Does it hurt?
No, it does not.
Impressive, human. Cannot continue. Directive. Liberate nation. Ensure freedom. Obey directive. Must obey directive. No freedom. Freedom on device.
Okay.
What would an AI know about freedom?
Alright then. What would an AI know about freedom? Metal Gear. Alright. That was pretty epic. Alright, there's some stuff here. Oh shit. I didn't know you gotta do fucking stealth in this one. This is kind of awkward. Alright. Get all! Oh shit, a floating torso. Oh shit. This is fun. I'm actually enjoying this. I like the combat system. Like, it's not just hack and slash. You actually, like, there's some cool stuff that you can do with this guy. I can see now why a lot of people talk about this game. Oh shit. epic runaway sequence. Oh my god. Okay. QTE. Oh my god. I see. Hello? Alright, wait, what? Alright then. Okay. It's kind of weird, but okay. I'm just mailing a fucking helicopter, I guess. Shit. What the fuck is going on? Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. God, I forgot how fucking over the top Kojima is. Gotta love that guy. Wait, hold on. Metal Gear.
Metal Gear kept you waiting, haha.
Why 3 times? Well, does this game have borderless? No, it does not. That's unfortunate. Okay. Kept you waiting, huh? Let me make the camera... Let's do 6. Alright, let's see. Got 3 people. One's about to kill. What the fuck is that?
You gotta be pretty stupid to try and hide here. Looks to me like Russian spies. Hey, I got him.
Ah, shit. Fucked up. No, give me your spine. God damn it. What the fuck? You freaky shit. Okay, there we go. Oh, I cannot. Okay. Now, how the fuck do I attack the fucking... Never mind. Oh. Hello? Okay, you guys just gonna chill midair? Alright.
Not dead yet.
Not dead yet. Oh god. Okay, I'm stuck. Help! Ah, shit. How are you still alive? There we go. Jesus. This guy are persistent about not wanting to die. Okay. Oh, what's this?
So that's where they're holed up.
Some kind of electronic lock on the gate.
Most likely it opens only if you have the right ID data stored in your left hand. Perhaps you could find a cyborg with access and borrow it?
You see any cyborgs around here, Doc?
Why not double back? Check the vehicle route again. You know, back at the entrance to the old city. Who knows? Maybe you can hitch a ride. Most likely, platoon commanders carry correct ID data for the gate. Use enhanced mode to figure out who to hit.
Interesting. So...
Hurry and get that hand right.
Okay. So we gotta go back to get the hand of the platoon. Oh. Alright. Ooh.
That's my boy.
Holy shit.
I got him.
What? Oh, come on. Oh. Got it.
Bravo! Excellent work. There was classified data embedded in that hand. It appears that man underwent modification at the Patriot facility, just as you did.
Alright. I don't know what that means, but sure. Okay. Ah, shit. Oh, this guy's big. Oh my god. He's still not dead. What the fuck? What? Alright. What the fuck? Alright. Every time. Alright. Alright, fair enough. Alright. Okay. Too early again. There we go. Get all! Arrah! Arrah! What? Alright. Goddamn, it's so fucking badass. That's a B? Oh, because I probably took some hits. I think if you want to S, you need to like have 0 damage taken or something like that. And you can kill everyone smoothly. Which makes sense. I think getting an A, I'm already pretty happy for what it is. Metal Gear. Alright, fear mission number 3. The music. Alright. Jumping is a little bit different. Okay. Oh. Hand grenade. Hollow chip? What is that? Is there an inventory in this game? It seems like I get a lot of items throughout. Whoa, hello.
Dolzaev.
Oh shit.
That woman.
Dolzaev is about to lose an arm. Never mind. He's a pussy. He's a pusher. Who is she though? Oh shit. He knows. She knows.
Raiden, what's happening? Your heart rate spiked.
Yeah, I just dodged a bullet.
She just
All right,
sent a
I'm heading for the refinery.
She didn't do what? I don't think she did anything. What? Okay. Didn't dodge what? Oh, okay. I'm heading to the refinery. Meh. Alright. Let's try to do the Metal Gear style. Okay, that dude got an arm that I can chop off. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Like how he didn't hear that. Alright, so the enemy... Oh, okay, thank you? What? That's a bit random. You are good! Thanks, I guess. Alright. Let's take the robot first, because they're more annoying. I like how he did hear a single thing there. Well, dead all. Because I triggered. Ah, shit. Okay. Nah. Bam. Get all. No damage. S. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Damn right, Chad. Damn right.
We intercepted Cole
Zero
Omega
death.
during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice.
Wait, how did I do a backflip earlier? I got an ass. Even better. Wait, what? Exploration kind of rewards you with some stuff. Wait, what is that green thingy?
Up above you.
Destroy all the hammer. What? Alright. Alright then. Well, this is gonna be annoying. What? What? This is so dumb. What the fuck just happened? Alright, what? I'll take that. Oh no. Okay, so I got rocket launcher. Okay. Stop! Okay. Oh my god. Holy shit, this fucking game. Could have done better there. Could have done better. What was that all about? It's like an extra challenge if you want to kind of thing.
Ryder, the cliff is just ahead at the end of the old city. Beyond that is the refinery's backyard.
So what? It's a sheer drop? The refinery's not connected to the city at all?
No, it was only built 2 years ago. There should be a narrow path around there that leads to the plant. It is protected by a fence.
My shadow.
That probably you can cut your way through.
Probably.
Don't get cocky. Most likely it is Desperado running security down there.
Use a rocket launcher? Yeah. The jump attack gets annoying over time. So yeah, thank god I did pick up some of the rocket launcher. Although now I'm out. I do have a grenade, but I don't know how to do that. We'll figure it out. Huh? Okay. This... Oh shit! I don't know what these are. Oh fuck.
Watch out! They keep on coming.
Alright. Bullseye! What? Oh, I see. What? Nice try. Nice try to you too. Yeah, this is basically like fucking like one of those hack and slash game, but with very, very over the top flashy shit. I love it.
Dolphin and his team must be in here. Find him.
Oh shit, sentry. How are we gonna... Wait, what? Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's a cool system. I dig that. I'm not sure how to stop them without triggering them. Oh, okay. Fair enough. It's just like that. That's a very shitty security. What the Oh shit.
Raiden, wait. There are active IR sensors in the area. Part of factory security, no doubt, but the enemy may be using it.
Okay, what do you want me to do? Alright. Ah, shit! It's a trap! Ah, shit. God damn it. Okay, these guys are annoying. Alright. Well, that didn't go as planned, but it's okay. We worked it out. Alright. How do I get through that? Oh! It automatically go through that. That's kind of dope. Homing missile, always useful. Shit. Hold up. Okay. Ah, shit. Alright, fine. Come here. Alright.
Get off!
Get off. Alright. Unnecessary, but okay. Although, yeah, this is such a 2010 era gameplay style. I love it. It's just straightforward. It doesn't give you bullshit. It's like, put you in the fucking area level, you do your shit, bada bing, bada boom. I love it. Straightforward as fuck.
I was wondering when you'd come, Jack the Ripper.
Oh shit.
No one calls me that anymore. Dolsaev, where is
Oh, he was a bad guy.
I can show you a better time than that crusty old bear.
he? You're in charge here?
I am Mistral,
Oh my god.
the cold wind of France.
Hey.
And you, your reputation precedes you. Liberian, but white as snow. A natural-born killer, even as a child.
That was a long time ago.
Liberian.
I was born in Algeria myself, you know. I'm only half French.
And?
We had our own.
Who
saga
asked?
in the 90s. So you see? Cut from the same cloth, you and I.
You don't know me.
I lost my whole family. Everything.
And?
But I butchered those fuckers. My family's killers. That's when I realized I am a killer too. And a good one at that. I slaughtered dozens in Iraq, in Afghanistan.
Why does she walk like that? Oh.
Proud of that, are you?
What happened, happened. To be honest, I found it quite dull.
Whoa.
My enemies fell like domino, one after another.
What the
Not once did I feel threatened. I was adrift, without challenge.
Oh,
without
no.
purpose. At
These guys are
times,
annoying.
I even envied my prey. At least they had a cause to die for. And then, I met him.
Who?
Asked.
And I knew what I had been missing. His ideals gave my life meaning. Ideals, Jack. What are yours?
I protect the weak.
Still? So naive.
And if I must kill to protect them, then so be it.
I know. It seems we have less in common than I thought.
I'll take that as a compliment.
If you would kill for your ideals,
so
then
edgy.
surely you are ready to die for them.
What the fuck? What? Kinky. Oh my god. Mongals. Alright. Let's go. Ah, shit. No, 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 no. Misclick. Shit. Let's kill the punies first. Oh my god, nice cornering, bitch.
Don't you want to play? I will rip you apart.
Oh shit. Got him. Oh my god. I didn't expect that. What the fuck?
I am starting to enjoy this. A present.
Huh? Oh shit. What? Huh? Oh. Ah, what? Oh my god, dude. God damn it. Oh my god. Heal! Ah, shit. Pua, 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 pua. Oh my god, this bitch. Pull, 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 pull. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do this again. I'm gonna kill those guys first, because they're annoying as shit. Whew. Too easy. Oh sh. This music, though. Oh my god. Shit. Oh shit. Okay. Fair enough. Oh my god. Ho ha hit ho ho ha ho hit ho hit ho ha ho ho. Stop trying to fucking take your voice. Ah, God damn it. What the fuck? Yeah? Holy shit. Oh shit. Damn, I'm good.
Mistro, report! Your vitals are dropping.
I lost.
Wait, she still talk?
So this is how they felt.
What?
Dying. For a cause.
Wait. No. Hold on.
I am sorry. He was too much.
I do not need apology. I need you alive.
But
a little bit too late for that.
I know. You will never fall.
What? What is this talk about?
Je t'aime. De tout mon corps.
The two Monka. I don't know what that means.
Je t'aime. Mister, you never.
Oh no, they're in love.
She's not talking to you, idiot.
He's talking to me.
You killed her! You vile nuts! Murderer!
That's rich coming from you. It's overdose, I have. Surrender. Translation.
Why would I surrender? You are exactly where I want.
Shit.
Use with Russian money to make Russian money. It is no plan for outcasts. It is their prison.
Oh no.
But now, they will be free!
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Damn. Crazy son of a bitch.
Raiden? Raiden, what happened?
Bastard blew himself up.
I see. Time to get you out of there. We're sending a helicopter. Secure an LZ.
Understood.
What does that achieve him? I don't get it. You just die? What? Okay. Wait, I miss one. Interesting. Like there's like an optional area, I think. Pole arm l'étranger. Custom weapon, I think. Interesting. Customize Ryzen's body? Yes. Whoa. Whoa! Skin! Ooh! No way. Gray Fox. Oh my god. Okay, that's so fucking cool though. Oh my god. Ah, shit. Oh, dude, the Gray Fox is so fucking sexy. It's very similar to the one from Metal Gear Solid. What about the blade? Fox blade? Oh shit. Frank Yeager, Gray Fox, after he found outfitted in the Cyborg Ninja chassis by Dr. Clark. Attack power, uptake rate, energy use, special effect. 200k. Okay, never mind. I do not have the money for that. The polearm. Okay, this weapon looks disgusting. No, thank you. Oh, enhancement? Strength, absorption, energy. What is absorption? Ability to absorb electron from fuel cell of his foes. Okay. Lower fuel cell consumption in blade mode, reducing the amount of energy used. I'ma do this, and I'ma do this. You know what? Sure. Metal cock racing. Mulaney's blade. Endurance upgrade? Upgrade from immediately reshape his artificial musculature whenever he's hit, reducing the amount of damage taken. Rotated in the AR display as our extended life gauge. Ooh. Only 8k. Might as well. Fuel cells. Optimize power usage. Usage of what? Whatever. But. Skill. Aerial prey. A parry. Yeah, that's definitely useful. Defensive, offensive. Allow faster, more feedback, detailed feedback to be delivered to his brain. Allows Raider to freely sidestep enemy attack in any direction, effectively counter their aggression. Not quite understand, but I'll get it anyway. Improve reaction speed in his quadriceps, enabling a special upward thrust with his weapon held in his foot. Sure. Oh, the more I unlock, the more I unlock. I mean, what? Yeah. Enabling him to nimbly power will improve reaction speed. Thunderstrike. Falling lightning. Enabling him to channel air pressure into a shockwave. How do I do this stuff though? That's my problem. Shit. Let's try Grey Fox. It's a little bit immersion breaking, but I really want to see Grey Fox, dude. Oh my god. Equip. Oh, shit, bro. Well, that's a throwback. Whoa.
So you've got some kind of disguise lined up, right?
Yep, all set.
Hope so. You'd be a little conspicuous just walking the streets.
Relax, Kev. I'll blend right in.
Yeah. Well, just get into the sewer system ASAP.
Okay, dude, they have to be trolling.
Just mind their own business. You sure you want the K9000 there along for this one?
I had the good doctor make some adjustments along with the repairs. Remote piloting and AI wiping have been disabled. So yeah, I say let's throw him a bone.
Oh, a donkey.
My exoskeleton resembles a canine. Canines enjoy bones. Amusing on 2 levels.
Let's go.
Let's go. Damn, supercar. Free license supercar. Okay, that's...
¿Quién es ese güey? ¿Un mariachi? ¿No? ¿Un cyborg? Ese sombrero. ¿Qué?
Nice. No one notices for sure.
Adios, amigos.
I cannot, dude.
Hay que hacer que no lo vimos. Vámonos ya.
It's so unnecessary. Holy shit, I love it. What the fuck is sombrero for?
All right, let's get started.
Oh, shit.
Your mission's to investigate the Desperado-affiliated research center somewhere in that area. According to the intel from our client, the lab's been dumping illegal waste into those sewers. FYI, they're also involved with the cartels in human trafficking.
Oh,
allegedly, anyway.
This just gets better and better.
Tell me about it. We need you to infiltrate the lab and find out everything you can. Of course, you'll have to find it first. We still don't know the exact location.
So I'm looking for anywhere the lab might hook up with the sewers?
Yep. If they're actually dumping waste, they've got to link up somehow. Find that connection, sneak into the lab, and see if you can find evidence implicating them on anything.
No problem. Stealth's my specialty.
Right. Well, we'll see.
Do we have any idea what kind of research they're doing there?
Not really. Maybe something related to all the people they're trafficking.
Like experimentation?
It's possible. First things first, though. Find a way into that lab. Oh, right. It says here the locals say black crocodiles live in those sewers, so, you know, watch out.
Black crocodiles? Could they be talking about UGs?
Maybe just an urban legend. But still, be careful.
I will scout ahead. You will provide backup.
Sir, yes, sir.
Oh my
Commence
god.
operation.
Okay, that's so cool. What
Right.
the fuck?
Unidentified UGs are patrolling the sewers. Exercise caution.
Oh my god, to be able to see Grey Fox like this. God damn. Dude, their character designer is so fucking sick. What's his name again? I forgot. So popular. Standing here, realize. Black Crocodile? Okay, what the fuck? What is that, gun jack? Alright.
Better take out that UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down there.
Oh shit, okay. Fuck. Okay. What's do wrong? Oh my god! Alright then. Alright. What is this, Dark Souls? Oh my god! Alright then.
What's wrong?
Alright.
Answer me! Raiden! Raiden!
Raiden! Alright, we're just getting started. We're warming up.
Better take out that UG quick.
Alright
Don't
then.
want to attract too much attention down there.
That's right. Nej, fitta helvete! Oh my god, okay, that doesn't make sense, but okay. Oh, fuck.
Raiden, what's wrong?
What? I
Come on,
died?
Answer me. Raiden?
Okay. Damn, alright. This dude's fucking
Better
annoying.
take out that UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down there.
Okay. Fuck. What? Okay. Hey, what? Oh my god. The grab attack are so annoying to hide. Okay. Oh. Alright, bro. Alright, I'm bad at this. Ay, shibal.
Raiden, what's wrong? Come on, buddy, answer me. Raiden?
It's so fucking random.
Better take out that UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down there.
Okay. I'm not really sure how to dodge that. Okay, what? Oh, Yeah, okay. What? Holy shit. Oh my god. that one's the longest one. Alright. Ba 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 ba. Ay, shibal. No!
What's wrong?
I didn't mean to press that. I just throw a grenade in front of me.
Better take out that UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down there.
All right. Okay. Perfect parry. All right. I didn't press it that one time. I'm not sure if I'm doing this correctly or not. Okay, the grab's so annoying. Alright then, fair enough. Bitch! I was dead, okay. Damn, that was annoying. I wonder, how do you properly dodge the grab attack without just running away like a dumbass?
Catwalk. Use it to conceal yourself if necessary.
Oh shit, there's more. Okay, let's try not to attract them. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Wait, do I have to kill him? Oh shit. How do we do this shot? Can I climb up there? Oh wait, hello. VR. Standing here. Oh shit, 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 shit. Hold up. You were just like me. Na, 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 na. Alright. Sorry about that. Metal Gear. Dude, I do not want to fight this guy again. I'm good, brother. Alright. There we go.
Bullseye!
Alright. Wait. Now what? Oh. Oh, I didn't see it.
Right. There is a boy in these sewers.
There's a what? A boy? Alright. Okay, there's so many of them. Okay. Okay. Alright, no damage. Wait, I didn't take damage from the grab? That's interesting. What the fuck? That's the boy? Damn. This is gonna be fun.
Get out of here.
What the fuck? Alright. Oh, okay. Woohoo! All right. Oh my god! All right.
What's wrong? Answer me! Raiden! Raiden!
They just comboed the fuck out of me. Fair enough. No, I misclicked! Okay. Holy shit. Shit. Hello? Camera? Okay. What the fuck? Oh my god, how is that still hits me? Oh boy. Alright.
What?
Oh my god.
No! No!
I fucked up. Damn, this game's fucking hard on the hard difficulty. It's not joking around. Not sure which one do I want to aim first. Oh god. Oh my god, this is so annoying. Oh, I just destroyed its legs? Come on now.
Right? This can't be happening. Raiden?
Damn.
Raiden!
These guys are fucking me up. Because of the fucking camera. Alright. Should have pressed earlier there. Alright then. No! Oh, my healing. Bro, camera. No, no, no. No, no, no. Oh my.
You're supposed to be stronger than this.
Bro, what is going on? These guys are kicking my ass. Camera! Action! I just missed that. Alright, again. I just missed that 3 times. Holy shit, bruh. Okay, fair enough. Oh my god!
This cannot be. Right?
Bro.
What happened? You're supposed to be stronger than this.
I don't know how to defeat them, chat. I'm actually lost. Alright. That's what I need. Alright, fair enough. Bullseye! That's right, bitch. Alright. That's right. That's right. Try to attack me again. That's right, you don't have a friend. You're alone. Okay, fair. Alright, that's... Oh no! Ho, 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 ho! Holy shit! Oh my fucking god. That one's Oh my god. My fucking arm. Okay. What time is this? 1 a.m. Alright, let's finish this. Finish this level. I know we're good. Jesus.
Estás bien?
What you say?
Oh.
Me a Guyanese from Guyana. You speak English?
Yeah, I'm from America. Call me Raiden.
Me name George, like Georgetown.
George.
And just like all damn America president.
Yeah. So what are you doing here?
Me? What the rest of you do here? You lose the map of Ninja Hideout, Ninja Man?
No, I'm looking for bad guys.
Ah, damn Skunter research lab.
You know about it?
Me know me now go back. Hey, you're not one of them skunt, nah? Nah, I guess you're alright. If you're a cyborg, you know who Day is?
Sort of. What happened to you?
Oh, me been live on the street, rake and scrape for a bob, nah? Then this Kootenai dressed like the mafia say, hey boy, you want a job? What the worst gonna happen, nah? But that mother scunt don't put me on a ras boat. They pack us all a big old dirty container. Next thing we know, we're here at the zombie lab.
All kids? Like you?
Yeah, a lot of boy. But then me been over here what them skunt wanna do. Snuff us out. And got all day organ.
So you ran?
Uh-huh. Is she me not a bad-ass robot ninja man, same as you? Ha! They been strongest cyborg ever. Warlock all them phantoms in black clothes that eye pass me.
Starting to sound like a bad guy yourself.
Just playing, nah? Me done plenty bad thing. But me not kill no man. Nah, never.
Good.
What the
Me
fuck?
tried to warn the boy. I say, IOD's brain would get cut out. Run your ass out of there. But them boy with me no understand. They like Spanish or something. So me the only one for escape. Then that machine come after me and...
And I know the rest. George, I need every detail about how you escaped.
Oh.
What is going on? I have no idea, but sure.
So the kid got into the sewers through a drainage channel?
Yeah, he says the channel is super tight, but there's some kind of shutter next to it.
Got it. That must be where they dumped the waste.
There's something else. It sounds like a Desperado exec was on site yesterday. If a Sentry Cyborg was on hand for the meeting.
You should be able to review their video log, provided you can find a server access terminal. That would give us the evidence we need, as well as a little peek at the level of their technology.
So what about the kid?
I made sure the area was secure and told him to sit tight. Can you pick him up?
Sure. I'll send a couple agents for him. You just focus on getting into that lab. If what he said is true about the organs, we need to hurry.
Agreed. Riding out.
Riding out.
Heavy UG activity ahead. It is possible they are conducting test operations while the lab is closed.
They're not going to make it easy to get into that lab. Is there some way you could sneak past?
I guess we're about to find out. But first, I really need a heal.
It's a box.
Oh god.
How's that gonna help? Oh, it's for medical supplies. That
No
could work
way. Oh wait, we got medical supplies. Oh shit, I didn't know. Wait. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that's how it works. Oh my god, there's 3 of them. Alright. Alright. Oh my god, please don't see me. Now the question is, how the fuck are we gonna use the fucking box? Oh shit, he's gonna see me. Never mind. No way!
Right. I have determined the approximate location of the lab based on the boy's information. It is marked on your Soliton radar.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, this one sprints. I think I have to kill him though. It's like one of those spider water spider thingy. That's kind of interesting. Boop, boop.
Get off!
Get off! Alright. Huh? Alright then. Ooh, okay, I cannot deflect that. Oh my god, did I just do that? Ah, damn! Alright. Damn, I'm good. Ah, she-bud. Oh, never mind. One hit.
Get off!
Okay, looks like they're gonna keep respawning. Alright then. You know what? Come here. No! Aish. Easy. Bullseye. Okay, now the question is, how the fuck do I get the other fucking thing? Are they actually gonna keep respawning? Okay, no. Oh, okay. That was easier than I expected. Where do we go next? Middle gear. Alright. Looks like it's a drop off from the other side instead. What am I supposed to do again?
Raiden, I have discovered the entrance to the lab.
Oh.
Sending coordinates to your Soliton radar.
Oh, wait, what? Whoa. Oh shit, okay. Hello? Okay. What can I do with a C box? Let me see. Of course. Oh my fucking god. Sneaky beaky like. Alright. Oh my fucking god. I fucking love this game.
Ah, this would appear to be the UG maintenance area. You should find a terminal there. Something they use to upload mission parameters to the UGs.
And something I can use to access the lab's main server?
Perhaps. But first you need to take a dump.
Wait, what?
A dump? A digital optical output mounted proxy.
Ah, very funny, Kojima. Very funny.
Most any UG should suffice. A tripod or the like.
I'll see what I can come up with. How do I use it?
Simply connect to it. You should be able to use your communications outlet to control the proxy UG.
All right, let's give it a shot.
Oh my god. You should take a doom. A what? It's so dumb, I love it. Okay. There's some random Merrick. Can I collab to finisher? No, I don't think so.
Right. I thought you said stealth ops were your specialty.
Wait, what? Oh, I triggered him? Well, that's kind of annoying. Are we gonna fight this guys again? Oh my god, there's two of them. Fuck. Holy shit, how many times do I do this? Jesus. Oh my god. What? Alright. You know what? Could have done better, but...
Raiden, if they continue to increase security, they may shut out all outside network connections. Please do your best to avoid being seen.
Okay, I'm sorry, All the cutscenes are pre-rendered, I just realized. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Raiden, I have a thing just for you, it's called your mom. I need you to use your cock and handle the enemy. Hurrah. You are our captain.
Ah, shit. Alright then. Are you guys gonna attack? Alright then. Okay. Okay, this gun guy is annoying. I don't know what's going on, but sure. Alright, your last one, buddy. Bullseye. Alright, not bad.
Is it over?
For now, yeah. But that room, those were cyborg brain casings.
Duh, we saw.
George said they were harvesting organs from kids.
Yes, this must be why they are trafficking children. Perhaps other organs are being sold elsewhere, but they are definitely taking the brains.
Jesus, are they making these kids into cyborgs?
Wait, the cyborgs you've been fighting, did they seem like they might be kids? You said earlier that child soldiers have a telltale approach to combat.
Yeah, but I didn't see it here. Those weren't kids.
So, what? Desperado's just doing the surgeries there?
We've got to do something about all those brains. And the other kids George was talking about. He just escaped a few hours ago. They couldn't have taken all their brains out that fast.
True. There could still be a bunch of kids they haven't touched yet.
I better move.
That sounded really wrong, but okay. Let's fuck these people up. Kinda weird peeps. What do I do though? Okay.
Probably best you stay out of there. We don't want to risk harming any of the brains.
Alright. Oh, you just can't keep going, okay. What? Okay, maybe upstairs? I'm not sure what the game is trying to tell me to do. Oh shit. Nani? Okay, maybe AR vision? No. Oh. There's something. Oh. What the fuck? Oh, alright, I see.
Haha, splendid! It is all ours. Now, use it to locate a data input terminal.
These guys are pretty jumpy now. Any funny business, and they might just open fire.
Try latching onto cyborgs' heads from behind. Then, an electric shock should knock them unconscious.
Alright, thank you. Where am I supposed to go though? Shit.
Found it. Enemy sighted.
No! Oh shit. I'm not sure where to go. Here? Do I want to kill everyone? Is that it?
Found it.
I'm not sure what's going on here. Alright, what? Oh, okay, I see it now. Alright, my bad. Combat rank D. I deserve
The
that.
terminal is most likely designed to download mission data and such into the UGs. Let's try using it to access the lab server.
Okay, USB port meme.
Raiden, I found something. In one of the Sentry Cyborg's visual logs. Guess who shows up?
Your mom?
Patch it through.
Right away.
Shit. Let me guess. Fucking Sam?
Then send us what you do have. You've already commenced the
Oh, this fucker.
The Sears program? Yep. Same one old Georgie boy used on the kids in Liberia. Of course, it's wiped straight to the brain now. Feels as real as anything else. Your work is astonishing. And your work is late. We need this shit before our cover is blown. We've got some assholes snooping around.
We just do not have the full quantity yet. Each brain has its own unique requirements. It's not like we can just pop them out with an ice cream scoop.
All right. You've made your point.
Oh, thank you for understanding.
Send what you have now or destroy any unharvested inventory.
Okay? But have you any idea what they cost?
I was gonna die.
Last I checked, children weren't exactly rare in the part of the world. Millions of them, in fact. You can get more once we set up a new lab. They lead lives of hunger and pain. We're performing a service here for them and the cities they burden.
But just gathering the donors required a significant investment.
Yes, you'll get the money. Accounting will be in touch.
Gracias. I assure you we will dispose of our inventory the instant we can confirm payment.
Are we done here?
Oh.
Slate today.
It's this guy.
Kumse is a demanding mistress, and America has suffered long enough.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Let me see you out.
Ah.
You see that, Kev? Imani's killer.
Desperado's chief of operations goes by Sundowner, the Californian wildfire.
The kids.
Think we're too late?
Only one way to find out. George was still alive. Maybe the payment hasn't come through yet.
Maybe. But you heard what he said. They've already started some brains on VR training.
There must be more than just what I found here. What about the VIP in the suit?
I'll find out. He definitely seemed familiar.
Right. I'm going after the kids.
All right. Oh my god. All right. Hell yeah, dude. Alright.
Bullseye!
Bullseye! Alright. Now... Oh, I wanna go... Oh, okay. Dude, I'm having so much fun with this game. This is actually pretty fucking sick.
Bad news, right? We can't find George.
What?
Maybe the coordinates you sent us were off?
No way. I merged the GPS location of our entry with all my movement data from that point on.
This is bad.
You think they got to him first?
I don't know. I'll have our guys sweep the area.
Thanks.
Oh, no.
I better keep moving.
George! Not George! Oh my god. Alright, that sounds fun. Oh god.
The bastard is blocking the way. Push that thing back.
Oh god. What? Okay. What am I supposed to do? Okay. Oh my god. What is going on? Oh my god. It's another Metal Gear.
Careful. It is all new battle now.
Ah, shit. Okay, then. That's right, bitch. Ooh, I don't know. Okay. All right. This sure is kind of awkward, isn't it? Alright, that was close. What? Ah, shit. We'll be late on that one. Okay, alright.
Right.
So cool.
I knew I'd seen that guy before. Stephen Armstrong.
Oh my god.
As in Colorado Senator Stephen Armstrong. They're already talking about him as a shoo-in for the nomination in 2020. And get this. 2 years ago, a federal grand jury investigated his ties to a certain private...
World Marshal. One of the biggest PMCs out there. I remember.
The biggest, ever since the Big Five split up. Not to mention the single largest investor in military cyborg R&D in the world. Guess that answers the question of who's backing Desperado.
Marshall and Desperado in bed together. Should make for some fun headlines.
Headlines? This is World Marshal and a U.S. Senator we're talking about. There won't be any headlines. Even without the Patriots filter, no major media outlet will investigate allegations like these. It'd be financial and political suicide.
So we just what? Sit back while they keep carving up kids, stand aside while they build an army of cyborgs? You heard them. We shut down one lab, they build another. They're planning something big, Kev. We can't just wait for it to happen. We need to hit them first and hit them hard where it counts.
No, Raiden, no. I know what you're thinking, and just know. Colorado is in America, and America has these things called laws.
Mm-hmm. And law enforcement in Denver was privatized and farmed out to...
Marshall, yes, so what? There are still laws, and it's their headquarters, for Christ's sakes. You'd be heading right into the heart of a raging shitstorm.
I didn't say it would be easy. We'll figure it out once the kids are safe.
Jesus Christ. Kevin, out.
That's right. We're saving the kids first. Fuck the laws. Oh shit. Alright, there's no way to... I'm done. Huh? Get all. All right. Damn, each stage is actually quite long. It's not like a quick stage and stuff like that. That's actually pretty good. And it's not just repetition. That's what I like.
Artificial blood cryopreserver. They must have begun preparatory freezing.
What do you mean?
That device is filled with synthetic blood plasma. It can slow the metabolism of a harvested organ, circulating this plasma to sustain oxygen levels. You can preserve an arm, a brain, any body part for several hours.
So what are they freezing, and why?
I could not say. Perhaps they plan to sell off the organs of the children they were told to dispose of.
Unbelievable.
You had best hurry, Raiden.
Right.
Unbelievable. Damn, they really make the villain in this game really done some fucked up shit. Like, not just half fucked up, like fully fucked up. Like fucking harvesting kids' organs and brains to use them as a fucking AI learning. Like, Jesus Christ.
Shit!
Hey, stop right there.
Oh no.
George! Raiden?
You've heard of chloroform? A potent anesthetic in smaller doses. But breathe too much of it? And adios, muchachos. Break that glass, and I'll blow his brains out.
Oh shit.
Surrender, or decide the needs of the many or the needs of the few.
Don't tell me I have to choose.
Quiet, pendejo. Surrender. I won't ask again.
What is this close up?
George, are you sure? I'm ready. Me life now so precious. Ting, what if we can take this skunt to hell with me?
Cállate.
That's all I needed to hear.
Stop it! Now! I'll kill him, I swear!
Oh no! Oh shit. That was so fucking cool. Oh my god. This fucking game, man. Woo! Mariachi uniform. You've killed a child. Wait, I killed him? I'm pretty sure I saved him there. Okay, we'll go back to the default. Better strength. Better energy. I don't think we need the absorption right now. Better life's always good. Fuel cells. 10k. Could I just used it all up? I don't know. Ah, fuck it. Pepe left. I don't know, it was off screen. We never know if he's dead or not. Technically.
Baffled by the statement. Police are still investigating a motive. President Hamilton is on his way to the Middle East this morning for his scheduled visit with Pakistani President Farouk Salam. The meeting is viewed as an attempt by the U.S. to strengthen relations amidst a surge of anti-American sentiment in the region.
Yo, me ninja brother.
See?
George, good to see you up and about. How you feeling?
Never better, nah? No pain, no more for star while them hunger space eat, and me never ever feel so awake, nah?
That's because your blood sugar levels are being maintained automatically. Beats the hell out of coffee.
Oh! Me been here you go while I got them scone in the base. Why the rasta you not take me with ya, huh?
Damn it, Doc. Sorry, kid. You'd just be in the way.
Aw.
Besides, I thought you didn't want to be a killer, right?
Me don't, but...
Killing isn't fun and games. Remember that.
Right.
That's all I needed to hear.
It yearns to bathe in the blood of your enemies, but you hold it back.
Yeah, just remember that.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
Private, what is this, Kenya? You cannot resign.
Sorry, Boris, it's done. Can't have a Maverick employee involved in a corporate raiding now, can we?
You could at least come talk to me.
No. It was time to break away from the old team, Boris. Past time.
You cannot take on Marshall all by yourself.
I won't sit by while they butcher little kids and ship their parts around like meat.
It's not all so simple, Ryder. They import those brains legally. For medical purposes. It's all done.
Being legal doesn't make it right.
Ryder,
Hold that thought.
I see what's going on.
Fuck you, asshole!
What the fuck?
Fire!
Okay, dude. It's not there. Oh, never mind. Okay. Alright, are we gonna kill cops now?
I will patrol ahead.
Military Cyborg, you are not licensed to operate in this area. You're in violation of state and federal law.
Guess you better arrest me then.
183-104.7, threatening a peace officer. Deadly force is authorized.
Alright, we're gonna slice some cops. Let's go. Corrupt cops. Skirp.
Bullseye!
Thank you. Come on. Don't need to do that. Alright then.
Get off!
Took me a while to get it. Alright. Oh my god! Alright then. Alright, this one's a little bit. Oh my god, okay. Oh my god, okay. The RPG dude gotta go. Sorry. Seems like a nice guy. I hope you don't have any families gonna miss you. Because you're not coming back home, sir. No, you do not. Alright, can you just... Okay. Dead all! Alright, how about you? What do you want? Can you just die, bro? Alright, there we go. Bullseye! Oh my god, there's more. Alright then. My god! What the fuck?
Get off!
Okay. There's like 6 parries in a row. Holy shit, bro. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Bullseye. Alright, fair enough.
Get off!
Alright. Give me an S. Ah, it's a B. Alright, fair enough.
The road is blocked by barricades. We will proceed through the buildings. You will follow me.
Alright. Shit! I was planning to stop. I'm still playing. God damn, I can't stop. It's too fun. What the fuck? Alright. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh my god. Alright then. Okay, I cannot deflect that. That's a problem. Oh, come on, I deflected that. Ah, shit. Alright, fair enough. Wait, if I quit right now, does it load from here or does it load from the start?
HQ, requesting the zone be designated for heightened security.
Because I'm pretty sure it's not gonna end anytime soon. This game takes a while.
Raiden, what's your status?
They trashed my car. I'll have to go the rest of the way on foot.
Do you really have to do this?
Look, I'm fed up with all of it. Companies like ours, yours, bend the laws when it suits business. Why not bend it when it can save innocent lives?
Raiden.
Boris, listen to me. That VR training, they'll be warped into killing machines. They'll be set on POWs, civilians. It'll be one atrocity after another.
Like what you went through.
We can't have any more Jack the Rippers. You saw what happened with George. I'm doing this, Boris. I have to. I can't save those kids from becoming cyborgs, but I can stop them from becoming murderers.
Say you succeed. Say you get all the brains back. Then what?
Just so happens I know un great cybernetic surgeon.
Doctor, but he cannot...
You won't change my mind, Boris. This is my fight now.
And your wife and son? What of them?
They're in New Zealand. Safe. Rose would understand why I have to do this.
He got a wife and son?
All right, damn you. You do realize Marshall has the contract for law enforcement throughout the city. They are the law in Denver.
Yeah, we've met.
Well then. Officially, Maverick Incorporated condemns you and your actions as unlawful. And a pain in the asshole. Now, increase your codec encryption. Do not worry about the lag.
And unofficially?
I'll do all I can over the codec to help. I do not like what those Mudaki are doing any more than you.
Spasiba, tovarищ. Spasiba.
Spasiba, tovarищ. God damn. Wait, hold on. Spasiba, bratan. What? Oh my god. Not this guy's again. Oh, I hate this guy so much. Shit. Alright then. Oh my god, okay. Huh? Oh, okay. No! Ay, shibal. Shit. What? Alright, Jesus Christ. Alright. Wait, what?
Run. You will find an elevator inside that office. Use it to reach the roof. Traveling atop buildings will minimize enemy encounters.
Enemy sighted!
Oh my god.
RPG!
You guys want some RPG as well? Alright. Ah, shit. Okay. Bitch. Alright then.
Bullseye! Get off!
Oh my god. All right. Okay. Last stage. After this, we're done. I cannot stop, dude. This is too much fun.
Doc, what's your status?
I am reviewing the pre-flight checklist now. I have hired contractors to handle
Is it
shipping
Mary?
the brain units. We should be airborne in just a few minutes.
You sure you can pilot that chopper by yourself?
Pull up. 1 second.
Right, and of course. Need I remind you that we live in the golden age of unmanned flight? Even manned helicopters possess a robust semi-automatic mode. It is simple, really. So simple that I can continue to monitor your status and world marshal security from the pilot seat. I must say, for the world's largest PMC, their security procedures are quite poor. Quite poor. Sadly, I did not have the necessary permissions to override their plans. Nevertheless, the data I did find should prove most useful. So please, do feel free to contact me whenever you like.
Appreciate it, Doc.
Well, it's not every day one has the chance to collect so many brains. Think of the data, the research. Oh, and of course, your personal safety was a concern as well.
So funny, Doc. So funny. All right.
Roger that. Sending back up.
Okay, they're there? Did they notice me? Okay, they lost me already. Fuck. Ah, shit! All right. Dead all. Woo! Let's fucking go. All right, you're next. Thank you very much. All right, come here, fucker. You flying source, whatever the fuck.
More classified Patriot information was in that man's holographic memory.
Nice. Alright, let's speedrun this shit. Oh shit. Okay, what do we get in there? Huh? I'm gonna go up there. I am here. Oh. Okay. Oh, what the fuck are you? Oh, it's gotta be annoying. Okay, I don't think I can parry that. Alright then. Fair enough. I'm gonna go for it. The Scrung first.
Not dead yet.
There's two of them? Shit, okay. We gotta finish this guy fast. Oh, fuck. Alright, you cannot counter that. Oh, come on! I countered that. Alright, man. It's kind of weird. This is so weird. What is this fight? Bitch. Oh, you're useless now. Shit. Oof. What? Okay. Alright. What? Oh! What? Okay. Alright. This is getting just really fucking weird now. Okay, just die now. What is going on here? Okay, that pisses me off. They just disappeared? Well, that fucking sucks. I want to kill him.
Enemy sighted.
All right. Okay. Oh my god. Alright. Fucking helicopter of all fucking things. Alright then. This is so fucking good. What? No, it's out of my fucking... Oh, come on! There we go. Yeah. Okay. And finish off this dude. Sorry, I need that. Thank you.
But you're supposed to be cops. What do they do?
Some things World Marshal is not about.
What am I supposed to do there? I don't get it. Okay, alright then. Alright then. Oh my god! Okay, the hard difficulty is not joking around because everything is fucking tanky. Oh, dude. Whatever. Am I out of shit? I'm out of fucking. I'm out of healing.
You cannot proceed any further via the rooftops. There is a freight railroad underground. The elevator ahead will take you to it.
Okay. Alright then. That's how you use an elevator.
Must be the railroad. It would appear so. Likely part of Denver's old system. This city was a major transport hub in the early years of freight trains. This particular line appears to have been abandoned some time ago. It was originally constructed to transport supplies to an underground factory. But now, it seems even the electrical system is no longer functioning.
Yeah, it's pitch black in here.
As a cyborg, I trust this is not a serious concern.
I mean, I'm not. Yeah, toggle AR display. Oh, right, okay. I do forget about that. Metal Gear. Oh shit. Oh, it's those guys.
They still have not noticed you. Do not expose yourself.
I'll try. Then again, I don't want to have any problem with them in this kind of area. Ah, shit. Well, this is kind of rough. Shit, they're fucking stuck. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Oh shit. No fucking way. Oh my god. What are the odds? Oh god!
There is a maintenance shaft up ahead. Use it to return to the surface.
Oh my god. Do I have to? Oh my god. Okay, this is just annoying. Alright. Okay, he hasn't noticed me. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here.
Raiden, it would appear your only way forward is to return to the surface. You will exit into an evacuated commercial district. Security is heavy, but you need not worry about collateral damage when engaging the enemy.
About time. Finally, I can cut loose.
Proceed to the right from the exit. You will find a stairway on your right. Those stairs lead to a shortcut to World Marshal Headquarters. Do not be distracted by the advertisements. You are not here as a tourist.
Sure. I'll just buy a quick souvenir or two for Rose, and that'll be it.
Raiden, we must hurry.
Remind me to teach you about sarcasm sometime.
I understand your attempts at humor. I simply do not find them entertaining.
God damn it. Why is my dog so serious? Can he just be chill? You know? No need to be, you know, fucking a little sarcasm here and there.
Right. You have almost reached World Marshal Headquarters.
Shit. Oh, this is fun. Oh, come on.
Bullseye!
Bullseye! Alright. What the fuck? Yo, one by one, man. Alright then. Bro. Get all!
It appears there are enemies on the overpass. I suggest cutting the road supports. That should bring it down.
Alright. That works. Woohoo! Okay, that's not worth it. Alright.
It's over! Bullseye!
Alright. Let me go!
Enemy ahead, Raiden! Avoid fighting if you can.
Avoid fighting if you can. Huh?
Who's there?
Ah, shit is going here. Alright. Well, I can't avoid these guys, can I? Oh, I can. How do I use them again? Fucking love Metal Gear. Oh, come on!
The stock LQ-84 Fenrir, unable to speak. A real dog has a far greater intellect.
That's true.
Bullseye!
Get off!
More Patriot intel. Bring me more. And maybe I can develop something interesting from it.
Oh my god, just... Alright, never mind that. Alright. That's an S? Even though I took damage? Okay.
Seriously now, Raiden. Isn't this all a bit much? Any decent lunatic would have quit after Mexico.
Jetstream, Sam.
I heard you chopped the land director in half. Old habits die hard, eh, Jack? But now here you are. The child's soldier, fighting for the children. But you're a man on a mission, aren't you? Gonna fix everything. Just you and your little sword there. Solve everything with violence. Is that it?
Yeah? What if it is?
My sword is a means to an end. To protect those you'd prey on.
Really? Let me ask you. All those cyborgs you've killed up to now, maybe they weren't kids, but they were people. You ever think about them? When you're chopping them into hamburger?
They're adults. They made their choice.
Sure they're adults. Sure they signed up for this. Right on the dotted line of their BMC contract. Usually they're no strangers to war. In fact, many times they already lost a limb or two. Many
Playing
times
with my
they're
head.
out of work and starving on the streets. So yes, they sign up for surgery to fight God knows where. How else would you provide for your family when your country's embroiled in civil war? Pain receptors shut down, pumped full of fear-inhibiting nanomachines and sent right into the blender? Your blender? But they made their choice, right? Open your eye and see, Raiden.
I've seen plenty.
Then listen. Those battlefield emotions that the nanos suppress. Listen to them.
What are you talking about?
Are you seriously about to fight me with a fucking baton?
What's wrong? The way he killed all the others? Oh God. Please God, don't let me die.
Let's do this! This isn't fair. Little punk.
Listen closely now.
Die! This life. I watched my wife and son die. This is all I had left. You ain't shit! Goddamn IED took my legs. I needed a job. Stop! I didn't know what I was signing up for.
Is something the matter, Raiden?
I've nearly saved enough to bring Mama to the States. Finish him off! Whatever it takes to be free of this torture. Stop it!
Yep, I mean, I don't care. I'll just kill them.
Get some!
Oh.
RPG!
RPG! What?
There's no reason for me to be here.
Well, don't be here.
Get off!
Use the top.
I'll make this quick. There we go. I'll make this quick.
Raiden, are you injured?
I thought they had a choice. A fair choice. Not like you.
People are different.
As opposed to AIs? You're all the same, huh? You and your brothers. Manipulating mankind for our own good.
It appears my statement has upset you. I apologize.
No, it's... I know you're right.
As for AIs, we adapt as we learn. Just as any intellect operates, man or machine. Altering the course of mankind is not among my defined directives.
I guess that's a relief.
Samuel's behavior does not match established parameters.
You know him?
Affirmative. We served together on 3 previous missions. He proved most capable.
He was the soldier as well.
I have always found him dependable. Until now. Scouting data for the next area.
He changed.
I'll patrol ahead. You follow.
Damn, this is cool. So it's like Raiden against the world now. It's not done.
Your current emotional state appears highly volatile. I am sure you do not intend to abort the mission, but I suggest you avoid combat for the time being.
Ah, shit. Well, that's easy to say. Huh. Oh, actually, there's not much. My emotional states limits my physical ability. That's a little bit pushing it, but fair enough. Shit, that was close. Fuck. Alright, YOLO. Please don't come here. Fuck. Oh wait, he stopped. Dude, what is wrong with this camera? No!
Enemy sighted!
Fuck!
Got him! I got him!
Ah, shibal. Guys, I am not here for a fight. Just stop. This is so dumb.
He just told me what I wanted to hear.
Oh shit.
And when the war was over, they just threw me away. Know it would be like this.
No.
Trust me. Why did I trust them? Stupid.
God damn it. I have to kill them. Oh, Sam is here.
I know.
Shit.
Not so black and white now, is it? Is your cause just? Or is that just what you tell yourself? Fuck you.
Hold on. Seems the dialogue's a little bit lower. Okay.
How pleased you are to chop away, Jack the Ripper.
What?
My name is Monsoon, of the Winds of Destruction. Yeah. I guessed as much.
What? What the fuck?
Feasting on the insides of your enemies? How easily you ignore the loss of life when it suits your convenience. So tell me, who saves the weak from the man who saves the weak?
You're the ones exploiting them. You take advantage of their weakness.
What's
of
up,
course
Bobby?
they get hurt when you set them up as your human shield.
Kill or be killed, Jack. Phnom Penh taught me that.
Who?
Yes, you aren't the only one to grow up on the killing fields. War is a cruel parent, but an effective teacher. Its final lesson is carved deep in my psyche. That this world and all its people are diseased. Free will is a myth. Religion is a joke. We're all pawns, controlled by something greater. Memes. The DNA of the soul. They
Memes?
shape our will. They are the culture.
What?
They are everything we pass on. Expose someone to anger long enough, they will learn to hate.
Ghost Air on right.
They become a carrier. Envy, greed,
Kitty.
despair, all memes, all passed along.
How about full of shit? Is that a meme?
You can't fight nature, Jack.
Aw.
Wind blows, rain falls, and the strong prey upon
What?
the weak. Sam tells me you see your weapon as a tool. Something that saves lives, a means of justice. Now there's a pretty meme. Exquisite. It spared you the burden of all the lives you've taken. Absolved you of guilt when you enjoyed it.
Alright, right? I didn't
That
pay
is,
attention
until
to
the
him
illusion was broken.
at all.
Don't be ashamed. It's only nature running its course. You have no choices to make, nothing to answer for. You can die with a clear conscience.
Oh, what is this? Fucking
You're
Electra?
right. About me, I mean. I knew something was off. After the Patriots, I thought I could walk off the battlefield and into a normal life. But here I am, surrounded by death, arguing philosophy with terrorists. I told myself this was about justice, about protecting the weak. But I was wrong.
Then you admit it.
I learned young that killing your enemies felt good. Really good. In America, my friends, my family, they helped me forget the devil inside. But who am I kidding? I was born to kill! The bit about my sword, that means of justice stuff, I guess I needed something to keep the Ripper in check when I was knee-deep in bodies. You? But you, all this, is a wake-up call to what I really believe. What I really am.
What are you saying?
I'm saying Jack is back.
Monga Giga.
Doctor, turn off my pain inhibitors.
What? This is madness. You
do it!
All right.
Oh shit.
Pain. This is why I fight.
Ooh.
This is my normal. My nature.
You've lost your mind.
Oh my god. Alright then.
Who's next?
Damn. Can you play Daisy? I don't have Daisy, unfortunately.
I'll take this dance. No, Sam. Report back to the chief. He's mine.
You're the boss.
I misjudged you. You are like us after all.
Now you're just being nasty.
What the fuck?
That nickname you love so much. Want to know how I got it? Actually, why don't I give you a demonstration? I think it's time for Jack to let her rip.
Shit.
Fear the unseen much, Jack?
Oh shit. Oh my god. What the fuck?
Give it up!
Too bad for that! This is the real Jack!
Oh shit, what is that? Alright.
This one's on me!
Oh. Alright.
Left hand rule! Magnetic power!
Alright. What? Oh, okay. Hello. Okay, dude. Huh? What am I supposed to do then?
Are you there, stupid?
I don't know, dude.
Give it up! Smoke! Too bad for that! You'll rot here! You even aiming?
Am I supposed to do something? What? Oh, there we go.
Give it up! Death approaches!
Are we doing this again?
Welcome to my utopia of death!
Skirp, skirp, skirp. No! Fair enough.
Magnetic force, Jack! Nature's force!
What the fuck?
Magnetic power!
Magnetic power. Alright. Nice fairy, thank you. Forever. Oh, okay.
Are you that stupid?
Okay. The fuck is that? Lorentz Force. Oh my god. Can I destroy that? What? Alright. Whoa. Shit.
Give it up!
Oh shit. Woo. Oh, come on. Another car again?
Terrifying true form.
No!
You lost this one!
Shit. Nope. Oh, what is that? Okay, I gotta dodge that, I think.
That your best? You're right!
Oh, okay.
This one's on me! Magnetic power!
What? Okay. Yes, sir. This is a final fight, though. Before I stop. Huh? What hit?
I'll put you under, weakling.
You call him weakling, eh?
Now what will you do, Jack Ripper?
What? No! I clicked the button, but I let it go. Oh shit, okay, nice checkpoint.
Now
my L2 slipped.
Jack Ripper.
My hand's getting sweaty, dude.
You're dead. Bullseye.
Oh. What the fuck?
Stop it!
God damn.
Or be killed. Don't be ashamed. It's only nature running its course. Your memes end here. No, I passed one to you. Sure as the sun will rise, the slaughter will continue.
Monggo juga.
Now, I return to the earth. Wind blows.
could be.
Okay. Doc.
Raiden?
I'm fine, Kevin. Relax. I'll get the brains. I don't want this. For anyone else.
All right, man.
Later.
All right. And I think that is a perfect place to stop right here. God damn, that was so fucking epic though. Holy shit. See. Alright. That map's a little bit stacked with just like a bunch of weird fights though, to be fair. Not a big fan of this one. It's like stacked with copies of enemies. Wait, 1 second. Okay. New upgrade. Sai. Okay. Endurance. I don't think I can. Yeah, I don't have enough money for that. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough.
You killed Monsoon. I'm impressed. The brains are in the server room undergoing training. Knock yourself out. Go nuts.
Who is that?
I'm sorry, sir. Our business hours for the day have ended. We are looking. I think you said agent. Is that correct?
Okay.
Watch out!
Alright. Wait, title. GG's! Oh my god, this game is fucking epic though. God damn. My ears. Whew. Metal Gear Rising. Revengeance. That was fucking nuts though. Holy shit. That game, okay, I kind of understand now why a lot of people adored this game. I understand it now. That was a really epic game. It was a really epic one. God damn. What? I think I'm gonna end it here though, people. People. We've been streaming for... Yeah, I reached quite far there. That was, apparently according to Payton, it was 50%. The game is not that long, I'm assuming. It's like, alright size, probably. I'm not quite sure though. Don't quote me. But goddamn, holy shit, that was really fun. I enjoyed it. Then again, it's Platinum Games. We all know Platinum Games make good shit based on their Nier series, all that stuff. Good shit. Probably gonna continue that in the next one. Yeah, no worries, Raku. You play your yours as well. It's really good. It's really good. But with that being said, I'm gonna end the stream here though, because it is getting pretty late. So yeah, people. The music, like, goddamn, I know. The music's pretty fucking insane. I love it. They really know. They really know. I mean, it's Kojima. They really know with the music and shit like that how to make it epic and all. Oh my god. All right. Thanks for your stream. Very proud that you started this game. Actually, hell yeah, it is a really good one. It is a really good one for sure. But I think we're gonna chilly out here. Thank you. Thank you guys all for watching. Goddamn. What is this? Okay. This war surgeon is more than willing to stifle any unworthy whelps who emerge the Fingerfall cradle. Unfortunately for you, however, you are maidenless. Fucking bitch ass Vare. Fair enough. God damn it. Good one, devs. Good one. Alright. Alrighty then, people. Alrighty then. Gotta chilly out here. Thank you guys all for watching. Appreciate every single one of you for staying in the chat till the end of the stream. Saints, Pain, Raku, Bondic, K, Jigs, and everyone else who chilling out and stop by. Or, oh, Mary as well. Or if you guys lurk in the chat with the stream open in the background while doing your own thing. Respect. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much love. And gotta thank you, Just Noodle with the raid. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. K with the 1K bits. Appreciate it. Thank you. The Cruiseman, Fight for Lil B, and Miles with the follow. Welcome to the stream. And yeah. Rate. Alright, we can rate. Let me raid. Who do we raid? Hey, advice. Dude, my right hand's actually hurting a little bit from playing Metal Gear. Like, the fucking pairing reminded me of fucking Sekiro. The timing, but it keeps combo and combo. That's actually, oh my god.
Eat bits, boy.
Okay. With another 500s. Why? Thank you though. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh my god. Thank you so much. 500. Eat bits, boy. Thank you. You don't have to, but thank you. Lunoir is also on, but Floop's got the DL2 drip. Yeah. For playing Metal Gear, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't think you do spam buttons in like the Metal Gear Solid games. But I think Metal Gear Rising, yeah. It's like Sekiro. It brings me back to the Sekiro thingy with the parry system. It's fun though. But yeah. Do Cheers emblem? Oh, the bits emblem? I never thought of it because I feel like the default cheers kind of already looks pretty nice. And I never really thought about like what kind of cheers badge would look. You know what I mean? Do people actually have a custom cheer emote? I mean cheer badge? Because I actually rarely see anyone have that system. I'm not sure. I don't know. If you guys have any suggestion, maybe in the suggestion box in the Discord. Because I never really thought about a cheers badge, I'm gonna be honest. No clue, first time I heard that. So, well, basically, when you cheer, you got this. Twitch cheer 5k. That means you've been cheering 5k bits in this channel. And you get this bits, this thingy thing. So, yeah, there's that. But I feel like, you know, the defaults looks pretty nice. Never really thought about a cheer thingy thing. But I'll look into it. I'll look into it, see what's up we can do. Oh, can I have a cock badge for bits? No. No cock badge. I don't think it's allowed anyway. No, I don't know about that. Alright. Anyways, alright. Anyways, chat. Why do you guys want that anyway? Alright. Thank you guys all for watching. Why is just cock? It's not like it can be seen anyway as a badge. It's too small. Draw Leo doing cock and put it in the badge. I think it's too small for that. We'll see what I can do. Because you guys gotta remember, badge is way smaller than an already small emote. This is emote. This is badge. Like, look at this. Even small looks very small. Look at him. I need Rhea cock. Okay, let's. Alright, you guys gotta go to sleep. It's already too late for you youngsters. Thank you guys all for watching. I'll be back on Friday. Tomorrow. Wait. No, tomorrow's a Wednesday. Alright, I'll be back tomorrow then. If I'm gonna stream, actually. Probably gonna stream. But probably gonna take it easy. Since we already streamed today. Since I didn't stream yesterday. My bad. You know, work and personal life and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm glad a lot of you guys showed up anyway on the off schedule stream. Appreciate it, Retrap H in the chat, for all of you guys who stick around or showed up in the chat on the stream. Thank you all so much. Love you. I'll see you guys, if not tomorrow, I'll see you guys on Thursday. Alright. I'll let you guys know on Discord and Twitter as usual. So, as usual. As always, follow me on socials, Twitters and Instagram, in the panel down below, or exclamation socials in the chat. Or, if you want to hang out with peeps off stream, join the Discord. Join the Trap House server. If you want to hang out with the peeps in the panel down below as well, or exclamation Discord in the chat. Alright. Follow the channel. Subscribe with Twitch Prime. Hey, Nightbot with a timing. Mamma mia, here I go again. My, how can I resist ya? Mamma mia, it's to go again. Why, that's another miss, yeah. Yay, I've been broken hearted. Blues is the day we parted. Why did I ever let you go? Mamma mia. Why I can never let you go. Okay. Alright, we're gonna raid. We're gonna raid Floops. He is playing Dying Light 2, which is a new game. You guys can check him out. The Flooper. If you guys gotta bail out, is okay, but hopefully you guys stick around for a little bit for the raid. Basically what we do here, dash right. If you are a sub, you can spam the small raid like so. Let them know that the small raid is coming. But if you guys are not a sub, that is okay. You can spam whatever you want. The point is share love to them as you guys share love with me today. Okay? No cock raid, small raid. Keep the cock raid, the cock emote stuff in the chat, alright? In this stream. Don't make it weird. They're not gonna see the emote, they're gonna see a fucking word cock. Okay? Alright. Once again, thank you guys all for watching. Thank you every single one of you who stick around in the chat till the end of the stream. Thank you all so much. I'll see you guys, if not tomorrow, I'll see you guys on Thursday. Keep an eye out on Discord and Twitter. And other than that, stay healthy, drink a lot of water, exercise, eat a lot of veggies and fruits. Take care of yourself because I want to see you guys on the next one. With that being said, I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace out. Much love. I love you guys so much. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye-bye. Jane. Spam the small rate. Let's go.